Good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston for the latest Metrobank one-day cup game between the only two teams who have a perfect record at the moment in Group A. Gloucestershire having played 2 and won 2, and Warwickshire having played 1 and won it. I'm Clive Egan. Ed Seaborn is here.
Morning.
We'll be joined by Phil Britt as well. The sun's shining, there's a few clouds in the sky. But we are set fair, with Warwickshire having won the toss and put a very dark-looking Gloucestershire in. Wearing all black, Ed, with a bit of yellow numbering.
Yes. Well, I'm always a fan of this Gloucestershire one-day kit, personally. A couple of years back, they had this sort of yellow splash on the back with the numbers, but they're going a little bit more conventional this year with actually, you can't see it from this distance, but there are little yellow pinstripes on the front of their shirts, which I quite like. The major news, which is something that I must say I really wasn't expecting, is that Tom Price is opening the batting and he's taking the first ball. So that's a bit of a, yeah, I'm not going to say a shock, because he's a very good player, Tom Price, but at the same time I'm quite surprised, given the fact that Ben Wells is in the side, that it's Tom Price is opening. So it's Price and Dent in the middle. And the one change, as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, from the last match is that Ben Wells is in for Joe Phillips. And I was going to say at the top of the order, but apparently not.
Well, Warwickshire made one change, which I will allude to in a moment. But the first ball's about to be bowled by Ed Barnard. To Price. Nice accurate delivery, defended to mid-on, no run. There was one slip in place. Warwickshire have got Danny Briggs available. He's been released to play in this game by his 100 team, the Oval Invincibles. So he's been allowed to play. George Garrett makes way from the last match, the victory against Somerset at Taunton. Not too many on the ground at the moment. The crowds for this competition were respectable last season here, as Barnard comes into bowl to Price and wraps him on the pads. It's actually caught it slip. He's been given out. Price can't believe it. Now, is that LBW or caught it slip, I wonder? We will no doubt get a ruling at some point from the umpire, but Price would be reviewing that, I think it's fair to say, if he was allowed to. But he's not. So it's none for one after 2 balls.
Wow. Well, as long as the decision took, I'd have to imagine he was given out caught, but we'll see. Perhaps the umpire waited until everything had played out and then decided that one way or another it had to be out, and we'll see which way it was decided. So the move to open the batting with Tom Price, I'm afraid, has not worked. Second ball, Gloucestershire have lost their first wicket, and if there's been a problem in Gloucestershire's couple of wins, it's that they are yet really to fully fire as far as the opening combination is concerned. So I guess that's potentially why they decided to change it up again for this game. And here we go. Ollie Price is replacing his brother after just 2 deliveries.
I think it's LBW, and I think it's a reasonable one. And Tom Price.
To be honest, live I thought it looked out LBW.
Yeah,
but,
and to be honest, if Price says Jetty said, well, I hit that, I've got news for him because you were caught at slip. But anyway, I've got to do an update in 5 seconds' time. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire just started a Metrobank One-Day Cup game against Gloucestershire, and they've started it rather well. They put Gloucestershire into bat, and second ball, Ed Barnard has had Tom Price LBW. We think LBW. The ball actually did go to slip, but I think the decision was LBW. Price gone without scoring. Warwickshire made one change to their last team that beat Somerset at Taunton. Danny Briggs allowed to play in this game after being released by his 100 team Oval Invincibles. He comes in for George Garrett. Gloucestershire none for 1 in the first over. So there we are. It has gone down as LBW, by the way, Tom Price. And that's driven through the covers and is going to be 3 runs. Who's this batting now?
Ollie Price.
Oh, that's really confusing, isn't it? So we had a TJ Price now and OJ Price.
Oh, so we should ban brothers from taking part in future.
Maybe not all come in one after the other, eh? 3 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot from Ollie Price to get him underway. He got a century in Gloucestershire's opening victory against Derbyshire at Cheltenham, 116 from 115 deliveries. And was actually looking pretty good against Northamptonshire as well before he decided to go for a single to mid-on that was not there. So Barnard comes into bowl, accurate delivery, pushes the onside, there's no run. So Gloucester started well, and with 2 wins, reasonably strong side. I think you just lost 2 players to the 100. Yep, exactly, yeah. Miles Hammond, who's playing his 100 cricket here, and David Payne, who's at Welsh Fire, are the only 2 players who are
doing
missing.
It somewhat better than they usually do, Welsh Fire, so far.
Yes, the
1.5
draft
wins.
process seems to have been helpful to them.
Barnard into Dent, who turns out around to square leg for a single, which will go onto the Gloucestershire score, but not onto his personal tally because it's signalled leg by. 4 for 1.
So yeah, 3 matches and 3 opening combinations for Gloucestershire. Ben Charlesworth opened alongside Chris Dent in the first game. He's injured, which is a loss because Charlesworth has an excellent record in 50-over cricket in his young career. And then Joe Phillips made a List A debut in the last game but isn't playing in this one.
Barnard comes into bowl, and that's driven down the ground. That's a really good shot from Ollie Price, straight down the ground for 4. First boundary of the innings. So a mixed old first over, a wicket for Ed Barnard, but 8 runs from it for Gloucestershire. They are 8 for 1. I've mentioned the crowd. Warwickshire last season got around about 12 or 1,200 for 3 of their games. They got less than 600 for 1, but that was a heavily rain-affected game. So they were getting around 1,100, 1,200, which isn't bad under the circumstances. I know there were 4,500 at Taunton for the first game, which is remarkable, though I gather there was a beer festival on, so that might have helped. 8 for 1 after an over here.
Yeah, there were, I think, over 4,000 for the second game of the one-day cup matches at the Cheltenham Festival against Northamptonshire. It was a magnificent crowd as well. I mean, they were really, really into it. And there was a point later on in proceedings when Northamptonshire tried to bring out a substitute fielder for a drink and a message, and the crowd were not happy about that at all. Some of the members were getting particularly irate, so they were right into it. Oliver Hannon-Dolby to bowl the second over to Dent, who drives into the covers on the bounce. It stopped there for no run.
Well, it's not a huge crowd, but it's nice to see they're getting caught by crowd catches straight away. I mean, that was hit into the ground, well in front of the batter. But there we are.
It wasn't even particularly close to Chris Dent that it landed, no. Anyway, it's good to see people in and enjoying some cricket on, thankfully, a dry day, which we haven't been able to say very much recently. Gloucestershire have got fortunate with their weather for their first 3 games. Hannon-Dolby is in over the wicket to the left-handed Dent, who drives, picks out mid-off this time, and there's no run.
I do wonder if there is a case of playing a lot of these games in outgrounds where to get probably bigger crowds just from the fact that it's played out somewhere. It's Warwickshire chosen to play all their games here. But, you know, if they, and as I say, they've done okay in terms of crowds. Under 16s getting free.
Good.
If they played at an out ground, might even do better.
Hannon Dolby is in past the umpire and bowls. Full and straight, Dent pushes it back up the surface. Hannon Dolby can do the fielding, so still no runs from the second over.
I'm not talking Portland Road, by the way, if anyone's
I was about to ask whereabouts you had in mind.
That doesn't count as an out ground as far as I'm concerned. It's not far enough away to be out. However, I think there has been some talk of maybe playing a game or two there if there was a problem fitting all the games in this venue, but it's always easy for me to say. I know it's quite logistically difficult, but I'd love to see them play 1 or 2 games somewhere, like Kenilworth or Stratford or somewhere.
2 slips go down as Dent drives wide of mid-off, just a push drive, and there'll be a sliding stop up there, but not before they've come through for a single. So Dent is underway, and Gloucestershire 9 for 1. Lovely view over the city of Birmingham. It's my first time here since 2020, when Gloucestershire were in the COVID finals day, and there really was nobody in on that day because they weren't allowed in. Surreal experience. It was actually the reserve day when I was here, when they actually did get some cricket in. Gloucestershire losing to Surrey in the end, but it was a magnificent effort from the ground staff to get any sort of a game on. Ollie Price facing up to Hannon Dolby, and just a calm forward defence will send the ball to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, they are worked hard here, the ground staff. The number of games played here, they were defeated sadly by the rain, and I think it was the first Birmingham Phoenix scheduled men's home game here. Got completely washed out just a couple of days ago, which is a real shame.
I must admit, the orange and the red, I'm still sort of getting used to that as a colour combination. Hannon Dolby bowls to Price, who turns it away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. That ends over number 2. Tidy start from Hannon Dolby, as you would expect, and Gloucestershire remain 9 for 1.
Yeah, Warwickshire, in terms of their team for the competition this year, they've competed quite well in both the 2 previous seasons where the competition has been played alongside the 100. First year, their squad was decimated, and yet they did pretty well. They won 3, lost 3, narrowly failed to qualify. And last season, they really should have qualified, made a mess of it in the last game of the season, the last game of the group, when they lost to Somerset. If they won that, they would have qualified. Barnard bowls, as played by Dent, to back a square leg. This year, I think the feeling is they've got possibly their strongest team from the 3 years. They've got, well, had 9 players involved in the 100. That did include Chris Wokes and Moeen Ali. Kind of don't count, really, because they would be unlikely to have played anyway. And they have got Danny Briggs back for this one, so it's down to 6 now. They've had more in the past, and they're probably slightly clear of injuries, although they're still without Liam Norwell. That one's a good delivery by Price. Barnard. It beats Price as he drives at that and goes to wicketkeeper Burgess. Remains 10 for 1.
That's a lovely piece of bowling. He's got him driving a couple of times already as Barnard, once through the covers and once down the ground, so he knows that Price is after a drive, and he just bowled the perfect line and length and just didn't quite manage to get the edge.
In comes Barnard, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. Well, they are now apparently telling us that Tom Price was caught at slip by Rob Yates. That appears to be the decision.
Oh yes, so it is. I was staring at the scorecard.
Although it's still on the scorecard as LBW.
On the BBC, it is caught.
Well, it is on Cricinfo as well. Okay, the scores have corrected it, but hasn't reached here yet. Anyway, this next one is driven not out of the middle of the bat. Ned Barnard kicks it with his boot, and there's no run. So that might be why Price was. I mean, it must have been a decent LBW shout, but if Price feels he didn't hit it, then he'll be disappointed with the call. But it would mean another catch for Rob Yates, who's been catching lots. across the competitions this year. So Barnard with a slip in place comes into bowl to Ollie Price. Oh, that's gone past his. Oh, has it gone past his outside edge? Warwickshire think it's out and the finger goes up, and Ollie Price doesn't look particularly surprised. Just the faintest of edges as he played a forward defensive, and Ed Barnard has done for the Prices. The price is right for Barnard. It's 10 for 2.
Dear me. That was a lovely piece of bowling from Ed Barnard again, and it has to be a pretty decent ball to get Ollie Price out at the moment, because he is in fine form. Mentioned the century in the first game of this competition, but also a ton at Cheltenham in the Championship. So he has been in prime touch, but he's just nibbled at one there, which, to be honest, I must say live, I felt that he had to play at it. It's always
I think he did.
Kind of easy to go back and look and say, maybe he didn't, but I think it looked as if he had to. Yeah, I mean, he's not really played far away from his body. He's just pushed at it slightly and got the outside edge, and that's a key wicket. And Gloucestershire find themselves 2 down early on again. It's a pretty familiar position for them. In the first game against Derbyshire, he says trying to find the fall of wicket, they were 16 for 2, and last match a little better off at 48 for 2, but that swiftly became 54 for 3. So starts haven't been a particularly strong point for Gloucestershire this season, and it needs to be a captain's knock potentially from James Bracey to try to steady the ship, because they're in trouble.
Well, Warwickshire did make a similar start against Somerset at Taunton with the ball. Somerset recovered to an extent, eventually all out for 230. So Bracey's a new batter in. Warwickshire with their blue shirts, darker trousers, 2 slips in place for the left-handed Bracey, who pushes that one onto the onside for no run. 10 for 2.
I mean, from some of the shots that we've seen, as the applause rings round for Ed Barnard, another successful over for him. From some of the shots that we've seen, though, you kind of imagine that once the early movement disappears, that you kind of imagine it's going to be a fairly decent surface to bat on. I mean, when you see an on-drive, like we saw from Ollie Price to it was about his 3rd delivery, you kind of think it gets your attention, and you imagine that there is going to be runs out there. But at the moment, Gloucestershire are just in survival mode with these new balls. Here's Hannon Dolby starting a new over. There's a 3rd wicket. Dead goes, edging off to second slip, where Ethan Brooks takes the catch. And Gloucestershire are in real strife now. Chris Dent departing for 2. Hannon Dolby gets his 1st wicket. Dear me. 10 for 3.
Well, it can be quite lively here early on. Warwickshire, of course, their last championship match, will bowl out for 60. Batting first. Was it 60? Yeah. So maybe the conditions are favouring them here. But good bowling from Hannon Dolby. And a good catch.
What was it, 21 or 22 wickets, something like that on the first day of that? 21. Yeah, I was watching a little bit of that because Gloucestershire started a day later because of the Cheltenham Festival, so I was able to do a bit of watching around the grounds. I must say I wasn't really expecting to see a start similar to that here today with the white ball, but that's what it's been. And here comes Gloucestershire's hero with the bat from the last game, Graham Van Buren, who scored his first List A century for Gloucestershire, 108 from 102 deliveries, but comes out in an even worse position than he did in that game. Mentioned the score was 54 for 3. Well, here it's 10 for 3.
Ethan Brooks with a catch, by the way, his 2nd of the competition.
Gates at first and Brooks at 2nd. Fielders out on the boundary at 3rd man and fine leg as Van Buren waits for Hannon Dolby, who's into bowl to him, and that was nearly number 4. Van Buren, the way that he admonished himself and walked off towards square leg for a moment, I thought he was walking off.
Yeah, well, Hannah Dobby did offer a polite appeal to the umpire, but yeah, I think probably on the basis of how good a delivery was that. Third slip going in now. Warwickshire sent blood here.
Oh, that's moved away. Hannah Dolby is in, bowls to Van Buren, edged, caught at first slip. Yates takes another catch, and Gloucestershire 10 for 4. As Van Buren is the latest to depart. And I said this last match, and Gloucestershire went on to win from a pretty dire position at 142 for 7. But from 10 for 4, you don't win many games of cricket.
No. Don't know if you've got any lunch plans, but this is a remarkable start from Warwickshire. As I say, I think fancy their chances in the competition this year. They've just got a, sort of 7 really regular members of the first team squad playing, and they do feel that they're a little bit stronger this year in the competition. But it's 2 groups of 9, not regionalised or anything. It's drawn, as far as I know, at random. And group winners go straight through to the semi-finals. Second and third places go through to a playoff. So you do have to finish in the top 3. Whereas the T20, of course, top 4 does. Do you think that's a rule that might be looked at in the T20? I know I would say this, but it's been a bit frustrating for Warwickshire. They've topped the group, or for the Bears, I should say. They've topped the group in each of the last 2 years, and then lost the quarter-final. Case for having the group winners go straight through to finals day and having a playoff with second and third place teams. Bearing in mind the TV company only showed 2 quarterfinals anyway this year. However, they haven't put me in charge of cricket yet.
Fancy 4 slips? I mean, it almost might as well. Still going with the 3, which is understandable. I mean, being flippant. 10 for 4. As Jack Taylor is out there facing up to Hannah Dolby, and that's pushed away slightly tentatively, as you could imagine somebody being, coming out at 10 for 4, and it goes out towards wide mid-off, and there is no run.
I've just got to try and see off this period now. Gloucestershire, they need to, it's obvious to say, they need to dig in. They've got to try and make sure they get something on the board that they can bowl at. I don't think they need to be playing too many attacking shots now. They need to just survive for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the ball is doing something. It's doing more than enough for bowlers such as these. Here's Hannah Dolby to Jack Taylor, who prods forward. The ball dribbles up to mid-on, and there is no run. The ball that got Van Buren was just a pretty regulation outswinger, drew him into a shot. He then kind of made the motion of, oh, probably should have left that one, having seen the previous ball move away past his outside edge as well. But he was in an attacking frame of mind. His general modus operandi, Graham Van Buren, is to counter-attack. Hannah Dolby bowls to Taylor. It's another ball which swings considerably away from the right-handed Taylor, but this time he does shoulder arms, and 4 overs have been bowled. Gloucestershire 10 for 4. Tom Price opening the batting today for the first time, and out second ball, and it hasn't got much better since then.
No, it's been a great start for Warwickshire. Oh, the scoreboard's given up. It can't keep up with the wickets, it would seem. It's gone all blank. Maybe Gloucestershire can argue they should start again then. And this one is left by the batter, and there is no run.
It's all decked out in black and yellow as well, just trying to make Gloucestershire feel at home.
We might start getting joined by people who've been watching a football match, and that plot spoiler coming up, so if you don't want to know, listen away now.
I would love to know, though.
Well, England have done something that, well, England's women have certainly done something that men almost never do.
Oh, I see.
As Barnard comes into bowl, and that's pushing the onside, there's no run. They've won a penalty shootout. So England have got through by the narrowest of margins, down to 10 for most of the game. The red card to James, but they've got through on penalties against Nigeria, and they're through to the quarterfinals.
Survive and advance.
Yep. In comes Ed Barnard to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. We're on our own here a bit, aren't we? So that's pushed out the offside
Bracey.
by Bracey, and it's 10 for 4. He goes back now.
Slapping back at Cheltenham. Although it has to be said, at Cheltenham it just freezes rather than completely dying.
I didn't get to the Cheltenham Festival this year. I usually do. Usually get there for at least one day or one session. That one is edged a little bit uppish. It's gone through a vacant third slip area. I don't think it would have carried to third slip, but it is a single for Bracey, and Gloucestershire are up to 11 for 4.
Yeah, as I say, the crowd for the last game in particular for the Cheltenham Festival was excellent. They managed to sign off in fine fashion in the end after losing a game to Worcestershire, and it being, to be honest, a fairly dull draw in the end against Glamorgan, without huge amounts to recommend it other than some excellent batting from Gloucestershire.
Barnard bowls with the inside edge onto the pads. All the way back to him, there's no run.
Certainly found wickets hard to come by. Gloucestershire with injuries certainly not helping, and this has kind of been a theme for Gloucestershire as far as the season has gone. They've actually only named an unchanged side a couple of times since April in all formats, and it's not the case again today.
Barnard in, that's hit in the air, but it'll just go over mid-on, and Taylor will get 2 runs for it. Just beyond the reach of Danny Briggs. Not a chance, but it was a somewhat false shot, but they have survived that over and added 3 runs. So Gloucestershire are 13 for 4 after 5 overs.
So they only did it twice in the T20 competition as a whole, named an unchanged side, and it hasn't happened in the championship since the end of April. And I know you're going to get rotation of bowlers and that sort of thing, but it hasn't just been about rotation. It pretty much seems as though every other game somebody's gone down, and having got off to such a good start in the competition, and I think legitimately feeling as though this was their best chance this year, as a lot of teams probably do, thinking, well, we're not missing that many players to the 100. We've got a decent balance to the side as well, plenty of all-rounders to lengthen the batting lineup. Anwar Ali, who's coming in at number 9, made 61 from 56 balls in the last match, and they're going to need that depth of batting today. Hannon Dolby in to Bracey, who pushes forward. Hannon Dolby scoops up in his follow-through down to his right-hand side. But yes, to make it 3 wins out of 3, basically going to need everything to go perfectly from this point onwards. Bracey and Jack Taylor have got to lead the way, and then need runs as well from the likes of Wells, Zafar and Anwar Ali. They should be feeling as though there is still enough batting left to get them to some sort of a total from here, but it's going to take some doing. Hannon Dolby is in and bowls, and Bracey allows that one to go through to the keeper, further back of a length, and Hannon Dolby getting a bit of lift off the surface through to the gloves of Michael Burgess behind the stumps.
Lowest total successful defenders so far this season. We've only had effectively we've had 14 results. The lowest total successfully defended so far this season is 237 by Nottinghamshire at Chelmsford.
Oh yes, bowled Essex out for about 70 odd, didn't they, I think?
69 to be precise.
69 even. Hannon Dolby is in, angles that one across Bracey, who has nothing to do with that one either. So it is very much, for the most part, survival mode here. Having lost those 4 wickets, it was always going to be testing with Barnard and Hannon Dolby with the new ball, but I don't think you ever really expect to be 4 down as early as this.
No, they're just going to try and regroup.
Hannah Dolby, the characteristic wave of the ball out to his side as he comes into bowl. Bracey gets bat on ball this time and turns it up to mid-on. But he won't get a run for that, as it's fielded up there by, he says, searching his number list, Will Rhodes. There we go. It's usually up there.
See you fielded it. Well, that's of course the advantage of the 50 over game, I suppose. As opposed to the 20 over game, there is plenty of time for Gloucestershire to try and rebuild. They don't have to worry about scoring runs just yet.
In comes Hannah Dolby. 2 slips in a gully now as Bracey plays a pleasant looking drive, but then he picks out the fielder up at mid-off and there's no run. So as far as Bracey's concerned, I think probably you'd say no time like the present. He hasn't really got a considerable score in this competition yet. Leading the side again today, as well as, I would assume, keeping wicket, even though Ben Wells is in the side. I think he's been listed as the keeper anyway, so I'd imagine that would be the case. Hannah Dolby bowls to him, and he's pushing forward, timing it decently, but again finding the fielder up at mid-off, and that is the end of, I think, a maiden over.
It's second in a row for Hannah Dolby, who was top maiden bowler for Warwickshire last season with 4, and he's currently top maiden bowler for them this season as well. He, I think, has now bowled. I've got this somewhere. Where's it gone? He has now bowled, 3 maidens in the competition this season. So, Ed Barnard to bowl to Taylor. The end of this over, I'll make way for Phil, but Barnard comes in, right arm over, bowls, and that's chopped into the ground, down to 3rd by Taylor, who moves on to 3. 14 for 4 Gloucestershire, reduced to 10 for 4, with losing a wicket second ball. It has confirmed that Tom Price was given out caught at slip by Rob Yates off Ed Barnard for a second ball duck, and then brother Ollie Price caught behind in a forward defensive to Barnard for 7. As Barnard's into bowl now, and he's got another one, has he? Warwickshire? No, he doesn't think so. Warwickshire's slip cordon and the wicketkeeper all went up convinced, but actually Ed Barnard was just throwing his head back in frustration that the ball hadn't quite got the edge. It moved away sharply, but Bracey managed to avoid contact. Just to complete the card, Chris Dent caught second slip. Ethan Brooks of Hannah Dolby for 2, and then Graham Van Buren very well called it slip by Yates of Hannah Dolby. For Norton, Gloucestershire had lost 3 wickets on 10 runs. They'll move on to 15 now, as that's played onto the onside by Bracey, and moves on to 2, 15 for 4.
Yes, if this were a home game, I think the spectators would have been warming up the sarcastic cheers for every run that had been scored at this point. They were,
yeah, possibly, although I think
they were lively at Cheltenham, I can tell you that, even though Gloucestershire ended up winning the match.
Yeah, I don't think Gloucestershire need, obviously got to get every run they can get, but right now it's about trying to see this off, because it probably will get easier. That has hit Taylor on the pads. I think it will be a leg by. 16 for 4.
In fact, actually what they were cheering was successfully completed runs at Cheltenham, because Gloucestershire had 3 run-outs, and then there were probably about 2 or 3 balls which were pushed well wide of fielders, which they then didn't run for. It was a slightly bizarre display of running between the wickets.
Barnard into Bracey, drives that. That's a good shot, and that's going to go through for 4. Lovely straight drive down the ground from Taylor, and it is only Gloucestershire's second for the innings. Both of them have been straight drives. 16, 20 for 4, I beg your pardon. Shouldn't take any of the runs away from them. 20 for 4 in the 7th.
Just got a little bit greedy there, Barnard, in terms of his length, but it's easy to understand why when you've got Gloucestershire 4 down already.
He's in again. That's pushed through the inner field on the offside by Bracey. Be more runs here, or 2 more runs to be precise. And at the end of actually the most expensive over of the innings so far, 9 runs came off it. And Gloucestershire 22 for 4. And Ed Seaborn will be joined by Phil Britt.
Thanks very much indeed, Clive. It is mostly overcast morning, but there's little pockets of sunshine, a bit of a breeze as we look at it blowing left to right, so across the playing surface, assisting Hannon Dolby's away movement to the right-hander, which has tended to be what he's looked to do, trying to tempt Jack Taylor into playing at a ball wide of off stump, which he's managed to do a couple of times already. Hannon Dolby, who's in to bowl 2, Taylor bowls down the leg side, so that will be wided, and it's 23 for 4.
Morning,
Good
Ed.
morning, Phil. How are you?
Everybody? I'm very well, thank you. Yep. Gosh, busy start here. You
Yes.
and Clive, I thought, going to get through the lot before.
Yes, well, there was a danger, and there still is a danger, that we might be in need of an early lunch.
It shades of 2 weeks ago when Middlesex came to town.
Hannon Dolby bowls to Taylor, who's well forward and playing this one securely up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, but as I say, there is batting left. It is a fairly deep batting lineup for Gloucestershire, but at the same time, there are a few batting lineups that can cope with being 10 for 4.
The only consolation I'd give you is that in the match in the T20, Warwickshire lost 4 wickets in the opening over against Notts and still went on to win. I think they were 10 for 4 and went on to win the game.
Yes,
this year.
it can be done. Hannon Dolby to Taylor, who dabs at that one towards backward point but can't beat the fielder. Barnard coming across to his left.
It's not really much of a consolation, though, but it is possible to do it.
Well, I feel as though before what was the trendy term? I've only got red ball reset in my head. Before, after the World Cup debacle of 2015, I feel as though England in a lot of ODIs, they had an excellent spell with the new ball. Anderson and Broad in particular were still playing ODI cricket. They had sides 3 or 4 down quite a lot early on and just couldn't follow through. Hannon Dolby bowls to Taylor, who squirts that one on the drive wide of backward point. He'll pick up a single. That was not entirely where Jack Taylor meant that ball to go. 24 for 4, and he's up the other end, which I suspect is probably the best place to be at the moment. But yeah, when you've got excellent new ball bowlers, they're going to make use of the new ball. It's just a question sometimes of then what happens after that. And before Liam Plunkett came on with his cross seamers, etc., and bolstered the middle overs of England's side, as Hannon Dolby bowls to Bracey, who comes forward and quietly pushes this one to mid-off. They struggled to take wickets through the middle part of the innings.
I can't pretend that Warwickshire have got that type of bowler still lurking in the wings to have a go, but they're obviously a bit stripped down in terms of their normal strength attack. Hence Barnard opening the bowling. You know, he doesn't normally do that.
Opening the bowling and opening the batting.
Betty wishes it was 50 overs cricket for the rest of the year.
In comes Hannon Dolby and bowls, and Bracey watches that one go through to the keeper. And Tom Price may well do the same for Gloucestershire today. In fact, I'd be quite surprised if he doesn't, given the fact that he's already opened the batting. And he's very much a new ball bowler.
I was looking forward to seeing the bat because in the county championship match at the end of last season, which Gloucestershire beat Warwickshire, when Warwickshire were desperate to get a victory to stay up and secure themselves. I think Gloucestershire were already relegated at that stage. They got quite big runs in that game, didn't they, the two of them?
Tom Price took 8 for 27 with the ball. Hannon Dolby bowls, and there's no shot from Bracey to complete the 8th over. 24 for 4, 8 to Bracey, Jack Taylor to 4. Believe it or not, 24 for 4 is something of a recovery from Gloucestershire, given the fact that they were 10 for 4. Yeah, Tom Price got wickets. To be honest, I can't actually remember who got the runs for Gloucestershire. I remember Dom Sibley got a century in the first innings for Warwickshire, and I think Chris Dent got the runs in the chase because he ended up with Tom Price out there with the winning runs being hit, and it was quite a nervy finish.
It was the first time I'd seen either of them play, and I was really impressed with both and watched them since. Barnard continuing from this pavilion end. He's in to bowl, and Jack Taylor punches this one down to Rhodes at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Tom Price got a 4-for with the ball in the last game, so yes, it does tend to be nowadays that a lot of what's good tends to revolve around the Prices, because both of them bat and bowl. Although Ollie probably does less bowling.
Barnard in short, pulled down to sort of fine leg, it's almost sort of between long leg really as opposed to fine leg, for a single, just helped on its way. It was no great pace in that short delivery there from Barnard.
But Tom Price has effectively been forced to assume the mantle of Ryan Higgins, what Higgins did for many years for Gloucestershire, and just be that talisman with both ball and bat that you just expect something from every match.
He's doing it now for Middlesex, of course. This one is just played back down by Bracey, and runs through to mid-on. Rhodes again does the fielding, there's no run.
Because he got runs in that game that we've been talking about, didn't he, in that first innings for Middlesex. And I just remember watching Higgins walk out there and thinking, that is such a Ryan Higgins situation.
Exactly.
I think he's going to go out there, even if it's only a 40, he's going to get a quick 40, which will be enough to get Middlesex a decent lead.
Barnard bowls, and this one turns, so they're going to get a quick single here. Rhodes has to run round towards the mid-wicket position to do the fielding, not before the batsmen have completed the single. 26 for 4. Bracey goes to 9, Taylor's on 5.
But it is a lot of responsibility on the young player, and he's not going to be able to assume the Ryan Higgins mantle immediately, but he's certainly done a fine job.
Absolutely. This one, Barnard is turned to square leg. There's no run. Yes, Higgins has been a terrific player wherever he's gone. It's one of those players, it's very easy to forget him. And then suddenly you look and see how many runs he's scoring, how many wickets he's picking up. What a fantastic contribution he makes to your side.
Exactly, because he's still labelled as, well, he's only really a medium pacer.
Yeah, on an impulse. This is picked up beautifully by Taylor, hoiked away over mid-wicket, one bounce and down over the boundary. So nice ball, just drifting onto leg stump and whipped away straight away by Taylor. And that brings Gloucestershire on to 30 for 4 after 9 overs.
Clearly remaining in a positive frame of mind, Jack Taylor. He does like to hit the ball over the top, and he's not going to shy away from it just purely because of the fact that Gloucestershire are in the position they are in terms of the wickets column. But yet what's been particularly nice of late is to see Ollie Price come into his own really with the bat. He promised, very much promised last year, but this year he's getting those really big scores. Hannon Dolby is into Bracey, who carves that one away through point, running out towards the boundary. Might not quite get there though, with the third man fielder coming round. That will just get there. I thought for a moment that the angle might just allow Jake Lintott to get round and field the ball, but too much on it off the bat of Bracey, who moves into double figures. 34 for 4.
The run's beginning to come. Batting looks a little more comfortable now. I was going to say the shine's gone off the ball, but I've never seen one of these balls shine, so...
Hannon Dolby waving the hand out to the side again as he runs in and bowls to Bracey. He'll push this one out into the covers, and there is no run. Does it ever, watching Hannon Dolby for a long period of time, does it ever not enter your mind when he does that shake to the side with the ball? What on earth is he doing?
Yeah, it's almost like he's hanging it out to dry or something.
Because I'm not sure I would ever get used to it. You get used to the rhythms of a game of cricket, and it doesn't tend to involve the bowler flashing the ball out to his side.
It suddenly comes out after he's not straight away.
He bowls now, and that's turned up to mid-on by Bracey.
I don't think it's as pronounced as it used to be, actually. I think it's more now. It sort of comes out to the side as he runs in. His right arm comes out. But I've got a feeling it was almost more like a shake, which he had a couple of years ago. But it seems to just be, comes out, then it goes back in, and it doesn't happen up till about the fourth or fifth stride.
And actually, I found there he goes, done it once, twice there. Hannon Dolby is in, and Bracey pushes that one up the surface. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he's done that on the knee and off the back of the head as well, and flicks it up to mid-off with a keepy uppies. What skill that is from Hannon Dolby. That's going to get the loudest round of applause of the day.
I don't know whether he's being told by the umpire not to do that, actually, as he walked past. Yeah, well, he's got another career. If he doesn't make it continue with cricket, he might be able to go into he could do that advert which is currently doing the rounds on Sky, The Greatest Show. Have you seen that one?
Yes, I know the one you mean. Comes Dolby to bowl, and Bracey drives and misses. Tempted him into flashing outside the off stump. I don't think the ball did a huge amount, which is probably why Bracey decided to have a go at it, but it wasn't there for the drive. It was just too short and just a bit too wide for that
just
shot.
Looking at the replay, it did just move away from the the left-hander as he went for the shot, but it wasn't a massive amount, but just enough.
Yeah. And I think actually that's what it's been doing, just enough. It's not been doing extravagant amounts out there. It's been doing just the right amount to find those nicks. In comes Hannon Dolby and bowls, and Bracey turns that one towards mid-on. He'll get a single. It's nicely judged. And that is the end of the first power play, which is really the only power play, but we still have to keep calling it power play. 35 for 4, Bracey 14, Taylor 9.
Why did they not just call it the power play?
I don't. Well, they need something in terms of like a phase. I wish they'd call them something like that rather than power plays, because what is the really ridiculous thing, and I know I say this every game, but it bugs me. It's one of those things that just gets me. For the last 10 overs of an innings, you have usually 4 fielders inside the circle. You could have a maximum of 4 fielders inside the circle. How's that a power play? It's not. There's nothing power about it. The ball isn't being powered over the top of the infield or whatever. So just call them periods or phases or something like that. It doesn't make any sense, but never mind. It's a small frustration.
We are going to have a bowling change. First one of the day at the pavilion end. Barnard's out of the attack. He's got those couple of wickets, and Danny Briggs, released from 100 duty, is going to bowl. He'll be bowling to James Bracey. In he comes for his first delivery, and Bracey drives straight to short extra cover. There's no run. So bonus for Warwickshire that Briggs was allowed to play in this match. This next one is a bit shorter, but again worked out into the offside, the gains out to that short extra cover position. 35 for 4 in the 11th over as Briggs is in and bowls, and this is given a bit of air and driven down to Rhodes at a deepish mid-off, and there's no run. Briggs in, bowls again. Just looking to work it on the onside, but in the end it just slightly readjusts the shot and punches it back down again to mid-off. Just looking to work it square on the onside. This one, he goes for the sweep, gets a bottom edge which goes down into the ground and runs out to mid-wicket, just mistimes that sweep. And looking to whip it away down to long leg. Briggs in again, brings it forward, and he's got a catch, and return catch. He's picked up the wicket of the Gloucestershire skipper. Bracey has gone for 14. Caught and bowled by Briggs. Just Ball just held up a little, and Bracey was through the shot, I think a little bit early, and chipped it through, and Briggs diving down to his right or in front of him took the catch, and Gloucestershire lost their 5th wicket.
That's caught and bowled in back-to-back games for James Bracey, and just as there seemed to be some light at the end of the tunnel, with Gloucestershire having at least seen off the new ball combination from one end, getting a bit of spin on, seeing whether that might be a little bit easier. The wicket has fallen right at the end of the over, and Bracey was clearly looking to score. He was trying to rotate the strike in that over, and seemed to be a little bit frustrated that he hadn't done so. He was on the walk as he played that one back to Briggs, but yeah, just seemed to. I mean, it's twice in the over he's sort of turned the bat a bit early on it.
Whether that ball's not quite getting on to him, because he was, as you say, he was on coming down the wicket. In the end, he played it on the up, and with no power or anything, and just basically, it was a very simple caught and bowled in the end. But it was perhaps a little bit low, but anyway, the 5th wicket falls, and Gloucestershire, I think it's fair to say, are in a little bit of trouble at the moment.
Yes.
35 for 5 after 11 overs.
Staring down the barrel would be another way of putting it, I think. Ben Wells out at number 7. So in his first game of the competition, he was a regular for Gloucestershire last year. Opened the batting with Chris Dent. He's quite an explosive player, but Gloucestershire need a long innings from him. Craig Miles into the attack, and has he got a wicket first ball? Warwickshire think that he has, but umpire Graham Lloyd at that end is unmoved.
Good to see Craig Miles back playing. He's been injured. He was loaned out to Durham and picked up an injury while playing there. This is his 2nd game. I think he played in the first match last week, which Warwickshire won at Taunton. But of course, he and Liam Norwell are ex-Gloucestershire men.
Indeed. Miles is in, and that's worked away into the onside by Taylor. We'll get 1, they'll think about 2, but it's not really there. Ball's only just made it outside the 30-yard circle.
Liam Norwell, who's got
6 for 5.
Who's become part of folklore here at Edgbaston after his wonderful performance on the final day of the last season with his 9 wickets, keeping Warwickshire in the Division 1, when, to be fair, it was pretty long odds that they were going to survive.
Yes.
And of course, in so doing, sending Yorkshire into Division 2.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire right at the heart of both of those happenings, as Wells is facing up to his first ball and prods it up to mid-off the front foot, and there's no run, because Gloucestershire had, of course, beaten Warwickshire in that championship match at Bristol, and the feeling very much was, well, that's probably it. They're playing Hampshire, who've probably got something to play for in a good side in the last game, and Yorkshire are playing Gloucestershire next and will probably take care of business, but they didn't, and Gloucestershire ended up beating Yorkshire to allow the possibility for what happened on that final day. Miles in and bowls very full. It's dug out by Wells, squeeze it to mid-on. And
of course, unfortunately, Norwell's not played at all this season. Had back twinges. He was due to play, was in the squad for the first match last week at Taunton, but I gather felt back twinges again whilst they were warming up, and is not in the squad for wasn't in the squad for today's game.
Miles is into Wells, who's somehow not played that on. He tried to play almost a hook shot, but it wasn't particularly committed stroke from Wells, and then it's come off a bottom edge and just crept wide of off stump and through to the keeper.
Well, he got into position to play the pull, and then almost swung himself and the bat and body away from it, and in the end the ball sort of hit the bat rather than Wells putting bat to ball, and yes, it could just easily have ricocheted back into his stumps. A little bit fortunate.
Last ball of the over. Miles is in. Wells plays a handsome drive just straight at mid-off. Miles stuck out the boot trying to stop the ball, but couldn't do so. and that's a nice way to get off the mark. And we've seen some really gorgeous shots. It's just there've been 5 wickets, 40 for 5, and 12 overs bowled.
That was a lovely shot, probably the shot of the morning, that one. So
Gorgeous.
there haven't been many.
It's gorgeous.
There's not been too many to compete against it, in all fairness, but that one will do. 40 for 5, we've had 12 overs, and Danny Briggs, who's got figures of 1 for nothing at the moment, up from his 1 over, wicket maiden. He will continue at the pavilion end. Just having a look round, there's a reasonable crowd in this morning.
Is there anybody in fancy dress?
Oh, don't get fancy dress for this one, I don't think. There might be. We'll go and have a look at them when we get.
Well, I've got half an hour off. Is there a fancy dress store anywhere near here I could go and use? I don't know.
Go out there and do it by all means. Here's Danny Briggs, not in fancy dress. He's played the bowls, his first delivery, and it's pushed out into the offside by Taylor, who is on 10. Briggs, 2 or 3 paces, that's all it is. He bowls and very watchful. Taylor plays it back down and Briggs does the fielding. So, he's a very smart pair of sunglasses this morning. Danny Briggs in. Taylor goes for a big drive, and then that ball not quite there and a little bit wider, I think, than he'd first thought it was going to be. And he sort of slaps it out to Ethan Brooks. He will get a single off this next delivery as he turns it wide of mid-wicket, and they get through for 1. 41 for 5. Danny Briggs gets through his overs very, very quickly. But, just waiting wide. Ben Wells gets himself set. He's in, goes back, cuts and hits that hard. Past extra cover, but out to the sweeper on the cover boundary for just 1. 42 for 5, so Wells moves on to 5. Taylor on 11. And this brings in, and this one again will be more runs this time from Taylor, playing it out to the deep square leg boundary, and just for a single. So end of that over, through it really quickly. 43 for 5 after 13 overs.
I seem to remember Gloucestershire got an absolute walloping last time they came here, full stop, championship wise, several years back now. It must have been 2018,
oh yes,
I think.
Yeah, I would have to say that that side did not perform well that day in that game. I remember
it's a very diplomatic way of putting it.
Yeah, it was. I do remember the game.
It was memorable in the fact that it was Ben Charlesworth's first class debut, I think.
Yeah. His relations came into the museum during the Test match.
All right. Here's Miles bowling to Taylor, who flicks it up to mid-on, who's quite deep, and they can take a single as a consequence. 44 for 5.
Because he's got connections with Warwickshire through the family connections, having had members of the family who played for Warwickshire. So, and he made his debut for Gloucestershire against Warwickshire here at Edgbaston.
Yes, yeah.
So, yeah. He was
sadly got a knee injury at the moment.
Yeah,
so he's not playing.
Yeah, he's been scoring some runs though earlier in the season, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he's actually particularly impressed in the T20, which wasn't necessarily expected. Miles in to Wells, who pushes that one out towards point, and Barnard can field in quite tight on the ring on the offside to make sure that there aren't any easy singles. Might as well be aggressive at 44 for 5. If you can't be aggressive on that score, then you never will be. But yeah, he was, I think, Gloucestershire's leading run scorer in the end in the T20 Blast. Scored Gloucestershire's fastest 50 in their T20 history. As Miles bowls to Wells, who push drives straight to extra cover, and there's no run. I'm sure, as curator of a cricket museum, you'd say, history, what history, as far as T20 is concerned. But, you know,
no,
the 20th anniversary this year, we're getting
20,
there, aren't we?
Yeah. Yep. It's, no, the T20's, I think, is a very well-established part of the game now. It's, you know, it's where the finals are held now. It seems to be the traditional place for the finals here at Edgbaston.
Miles is in. Wells plays a on punch, which was in the air for a little bit of time. It does fall well short of the mid-on fielder. There's no run.
I think you have to also be very clear when you're looking after a museum that because the game is changing so much, and particularly over recent times with the innovation of the limited over formats, that you have to recognise that it can't just be red ball 3-4 day cricket you put on display.
Miles to Wells, who again is playing a punchy shot, this time out into the offside and fielded at extra cover. He's feeling the ball towards the middle of his bat, but he's not really getting it away off Miles at the moment.
The main thing is they're just establishing a little bit now of beginning to look a bit more secure. Not losing, they lost that wicket of Bracey, but they're not coming in clutches at the moment. Well, there aren't that many left to come in clutches.
Miles bowls to Wells, who drives, this time finds the gap between extra cover and mid-off and collects a single, so he'll pinch the strike. 45 for 5 after 14 overs. It's been an absolutely disastrous start for Gloucestershire here. They lost Tom Price second ball without scoring. Ollie Price nicked off in the third over. Chris Dent departing for 2. Van Buren without scoring, and James Bracey the latest to go. And as you say, things had just settled down. Then they lost that wicket. A few more words from Phil Britton, and it's time to bring back Clive Eakin.
Thanks, Ed. He'll be back with us in half an hour or so as Clive rejoins us, and Danny Briggs starts his third over, and this one is turned round the corner by Wells, but only as far as Hannon Dolby, who does the fielding and prevents the single just on the edge of the fielding circle. So Danny Briggs keeping nice tight line so far. Wells waits, Briggs is in, and back he goes, an awkward looking shot. So almost played on one leg as he runs it away with no great foot movement, stands and almost dabs it with his right leg on the ground, his left leg in the air. But this one is driven in the air over the short extra cover. That will run away down to the extra cover boundary. A little bit dangerous for a moment, but hit hard by Wells, and it gets reward. 49 for 5 it takes Gloucestershire on 2.
Just looking at the power play in Warwickshire's last game against Somerset. Somerset's score not dissimilar to what Gloucestershire's was at the end of the power play.
Briggs in, bowls, Wells punches this down to deep, almost to a deep mid-on, and brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire. It's come by the 14th over as Briggs in, and this one has just pushing gently forward. Sorry, Taylor just pushing gently forward. Ball just in the air for a little while there. Briggs again in. This is run away to cover point, and there's no run. So 50 for 5, 15 overs gone, and it will be Craig Miles to continue.
50 coming in 88 balls for the loss of 5 wickets. Yeah, Somerset were 38 for 3 at the end of the first power play at Taunton. Gloucestershire 35 for 4. Warwickshire only won the power play actually by 2 runs at Taunton. They got 40 for 1. Obviously they lost fewer wickets, chased down 231 to win that game. Did lose 6 wickets on the way, so Gloucestershire still got to feel and get something on the board, who knows. Craig Miles still coming back to full fitness, using this competition as a good way to get some overs under his belt. No slips in place now for Wells. He has got a fielder at a shortish mid-wicket position, about 3 pitches away. Miles right arm over, and that's pushed to mid-on. There's no run. Oh, there's a misfield by... mid on. Just misfielded it, and it's 1 run, 51 for 5. Did they get a run there?
Sorry?
They did get a run there.
Yeah,
didn't
they ran. Yeah, I don't know what happened there because it was ball sort of ran up, and he stumbled, and the ball then rolled between his legs and gave Taylor a very easy single.
Wells now. Where are we? The scoreboard's not keeping up. Anyway, I'm going to have to tell everyone about it in a moment. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston. Warwickshire's bowlers have been well on top against Gloucestershire in this Metrobat One Day Cup game. They have Gloucestershire at 51 for 5. That does actually represent a little bit of a recovery from the away side, who were reduced to 10 for 4 inside the first 4 overs. Ed Barnard had the two Price brothers both caught behind the wickets. Price had slipped by Yates, Tom Price, and Ollie Price behind by Michael Burgess. And then Ollie Halland-Dalby saw off Chris Dent and Graham Van Buren. Since then, James basically hit 14 before being caught and bowled by Danny Briggs. Wells and Taylor are trying to pull it round now for Gloucestershire, but Warwickshire still in a strong position with Gloucestershire 52 for 5 in the 16th over.
Yeah, they corrected the scoreboard now. I think what happened, they put a dot down for the one which was misfielded because it just literally rolled up to him and anticipated they get a single.
And that one's attempted pull shot by Wells, which he doesn't quite get right. And but he does get a single. You pass me those. That's it. That's it. Thank you. It's 53 for 5. Yeah. I think it was Kai Smith who made the fielding error. I'm sorry to have to name and shame you, Kai, but you know. Only cost 1 run. In comes Miles. That's a bouncer, which Taylor ducks under. And there is no run.
Did you get him?
Yeah, I'm still working on it.
Let's see if I can help you out.
In comes Miles to bowl, and that's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. And it is 53 for 5. I think it's a substitute fielder. It is. Who was on for Ethan Brooks.
Well, we've had this over the years. A number of players who numbers come
Wiley.
up. Oh, it's Wiley, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's was going off? He's stayed on there, so someone else has obviously gone off.
So Briggs starts a new over, and his first delivery is turned to square leg, and there's no run. Sorry, the 1 run in the end. Smith does the fielding down there. 54 for 5. Wells moved on to 14. He's joined Taylor, who's already on 14. As these two keep working to try and recover the situation. They turn around to Halland-Dalby, but not before they scamper through for 1. It's a quick response there. Taylor playing the ball. Wells was quickly down the wicket. Here comes Briggs in bright sunshine, bowls, and that nearly gets through Wells. Again, he plays it off middle stump, jumping backwards and jabbing the bat down on it at the last minute. I think he was looking to cut it, and the ball wasn't there at all for the shot. This next one is him driving, controlled shot down the ground for a single. Wiley does the fielding. Down at long off. 1 more to the total, 56 for 5. We're in the 17th over here. As Briggs in, bowls. This is going to be, well, again, I thought it was going to be a single, but Taylor pushing it away down to straight between mid-on and the stumps, but Danny Briggs diving across did the fielding that prevented the single.
Could be a bit bad naming and shaming Theo Wiley now.
This one is run away down to Ward's third man. That's chased down there. They're going to pick it up just inside. They will get back for 3 runs, and total taking on to 59 for 5. So a good over there for Gloucestershire. 59 for 5 after 17 overs. Taylor has 18, 15 to Wells.
He's only 17, Theo Wiley. And he did score a half century for the second 11 against Somerset in a T20 match recently-ish. Anyway, I think he's finally going off. Oh no, he's not. Yes, he is. Jake Lintop was off. He's come back on, so he might have put his bowling shoes on. Craig Miles to continue, and he's going to be bowling to Taylor on 18. Taylor drives that, and it bounces awkwardly in front of Ethan Brooks, and he misfields it a little bit. It was an awkward one for him. He's hurt his hand a bit, and they got through for a single, 60 for 5. So the first 4 wickets falling for 10 runs. We had a partnership of 25 for the 5th wicket, and now another partnership so far of 25 for the 6th. So called a full-scale recovery, but they certainly are being a little bit more competitive now. Miles bowls right into the toes of Wells, and plays that to mid-wicket, almost falls on his stomach there, playing forward to that. Just one first-class game to his name, Ben Wells' 13th List A game, because this competition is giving opportunities to players whose opportunities elsewhere are limited. And I think sort of regular supporters and members are quite enjoying watching. They don't want to watch a whole team of rookies, but they don't mind seeing 2 or 3 involved. That one's a bit of an inside edge from Wells to back of square leg, and that's a single. 61 for 5. The crowd has built up. It looks to me as if it is going to be around that sort of 1200 mark that Warwickshire were getting in this competition last year, maybe even a bit more, who knows. So under 16s allowed in free for all 4 of their home group games in this competition. 2 groups of 9 teams. Each team plays each other once, either home or away. So 8 games in total, 4 at home, 4 away. In comes Miles, and Taylor pushes that to mid-wicket. There's no run. These 2 teams were grouped together last season and played their match at Cheltenham, with Warwickshire coming out on top. Both narrowly failed to qualify for the playoffs. Warwickshire by a point, having messed up their final game against Somerset, and Gloucestershire on what is numbers of wins or net run rate. I think number of wins comes first in this competition. I'll have to check the table, but
did they change the rules at all this year? I don't think they did.
Not to my knowledge. In comes Miles, and there's a shout from Michael Burgess behind the stumps for an LBW. I think that probably came off the bat.
Yeah, I thought.
No appeal from Craig Miles.
It was actually initially it looked like it was missing leg stump anyway. I think Miles was interested.
.61 for 5. Gloucestershire put in by Warwickshire. A torrid start. And that one is punched out onto the onside by Taylor for no run. And it's the end of the over. Just 2 runs off it. 61 for 5, Gloucestershire after 18.
Just 12 runs off Craig Miles' 4 overs. Danny Briggs has had 14 off his, so Warwickshire keeping very much the break on the scoring rate. And Briggs just having picked up that 1 wicket with the caught and bowled of the Gloucester captain, James Bracey, as it's going to be Briggs to bowl to Wells, who turns this one to mid-wicket. They're going to go through for a quick single, make it comfortably in the end. That's make a bit more ground than initially looked, and comfortably home. 62 for 5. As Briggs in, gives that plenty of air, and it's punched back down to the bowler. There's no run. Sun goes in as Briggs bowls, and again a similar shot to the previous ball. And again, same result, straight back to the bowler, and again another dot ball. So Warwickshire keeping that pressure on in the 19th over, 62 for 5. Briggs in, gives that plenty of air. This is chopped away down through the gully. Chase on, they'll come back for 2 this time. 3 with that shot last over, but just 2. Taking to 64 for 5, and Taylor moves on to 21. Wells on 17. These two just steadying the ship. Now added 29 for this wicket. As Briggs in, and bringing Taylor forward, guiding it out to short extra cover. Brooks does the fielding. Briggs in, and looking to cut it, but Brooks anticipating the shot, moves round, cuts it off. Another dot ball, good over from Danny Briggs. 64 for 5, just the 3 runs off that over.
I feel they're still pretty much in control here, even though Gloucestershire have fought back somewhat. And Craig Miles to continue. Behind Orby's just going to have a chat with him. But Will Rhodes not rotating his bowlers too much. Ollie Handorby and Ed Barnard bowled the first 10 between them. And since then, it's just been Craig Miles and Danny Briggs. Miles bowls that's driven by Wells, slightly over pitch by Miles, but he got a boot to it to slow it down and deflect it to mid-off, so there's no chance of a run.
Well, they've got plenty of time, these two. They're not. It's the one thing they haven't got any pressure on is the amount of overs. Still got 31 overs remaining. Sorry, 31, 21, 20 overs remaining.
Miles comes into bowl, right arm over, and that's played into the ground by Wells and no run. It is, in the event of teams being level on points in the group stage, it is net run rate that is the first qualifying, effectively the only one, because it's, I think, almost unheard of for net run rate not to divide into 2 teams. I think you're likely to get a tied net run rate. .6445 is the Gloucestershire total. As Miles comes in, and that's edges it, and a good catch by Michael Burgess. Wells doesn't look too happy with the decision from the umpire, but the finger from David Lloyd went up, Graham Lloyd I should say, and Burgess with a good diving catch. Miles gets the wicket, and again Gloucestershire's recovery is somewhat nipped in the bud. They are 64 for 6.
Yeah, it doesn't look over happy with that decision.
Oh, he hit it. Look at the replay.
Yeah, just looking at it, it was nothing really. The ball was aiming into the off stump.
Must have just been disappointment with the shot, and maybe with what the ball did.
And a clear deflection. To be fair, there was very little foot movement from Wells. He pushed at a ball on his off stump, got the outside edge and deflected it through, and a good low catch by Burgess to tidy up. The 6th wicket falls.
So 25 for the 5th wicket. They got to 29 for the 6th, but they are running out of wickets fast here. Gloucestershire and Warwickshire will hope they can let's wrap this up and give themselves not many to chase.
So Zafar go as the new batsman, the incoming batsman. Going to have a little chat with Jack Taylor. Jack Taylor, I think now he's this Gloucestershire innings is going to depend on very much on him making a decent score.
Well, Zafar's got one ODI international cap to his name, as well as a test cap. It's only 2 innings, but he does average 27 in ODI cricket with the bat.
What does he do in ordinary?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. That's the ball, but I do beg his pardon. He has got a first-class century to his name.
Oh, right.
Just scored a 15 in his 1 innings in ODI cricket. That one is left by him as Miles comes round the wicket to the left-hander, and there is no run. He averages 23 in first-class cricket, so clearly he knows which way up to hold the bat.
He's in at 8, so he has some ability.
Actually, Birmingham Phoenix area, of course, their first match unfortunately rained off here, but the men and women are both in action today at Old Trafford. The women kick off first against Manchester Originals, as far as you can kick off a cricket match, at 3 o'clock, and then the men are in action at 6:30. Round the wicket comes Miles, and Zafar plays that down to the offside. There's no run. Of course, big coverage of that on BBC Online, if that's your thing. I know it's not everybody's. You can see the Birmingham Felix furniture, if you like, around the ground here.
Just a little bit.
Banners all around.
They're back here on Thursday.
They get better luck with the weather than they did first
yes,
time out.
it was very disappointing on Saturday, wasn't it?
This next one, oh, that's gone past the outside edge, angled in towards Zafar, and he just prods at it rather tentatively. Good over from Craig Miles. It's a wicket maiden. I'm sure getting their maidens in today. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 maidens are bowled between them now, including a double wicket maiden by Ollie Dolby earlier. 64 for 6 after 20, so the first 10, 35 for 4. The second 10, they've actually slowed down in terms of run scoring, but they've improved slightly on wickets. 29 for 2 in the second 10.
Danny Briggs having a long chat with Will Rhodes, who's giving a little bit of advice where and how he's going to bowl to Jack Taylor. It's 64 for 6 as Briggs comes in and bowls, and Taylor hits this one down to Rhodes as if I pre-planned down at long on, and gets a single. So Briggs will be bowling to Zafar. Still to get off the mark, 65 for 6 score. Sun comes back out over the ground, but there's a pretty strong wind blowing across as we look down from left to right. The 2 flags at the far end of the ground blowing out strongly. As Briggs in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, and it's played down. So Lintop, there's no run, 65 for 6. Then comes Briggs driving out into the offside Zafar, but again only to short extra cover. Another dot ball. Briggs keeping real tight in his 6th over. Just the 18 runs off him so far. He's in, bowls, and again, this one has Zafar playing, going back and pushing it out into the onside. Briggs now sends his mid-on back down to long on. Linton drops down as Briggs gives that air. There's a shout from behind the stumps as Zappa looks to come down the wicket and wants a run. Ball's fired back into Michael Burgess, and Zappa goes hopping back into his crease. There was never a single on there. And, this next one has him all tucked up, going across and bounces down off the body, back down in front of him. End of a good over from Danny Briggs, just a single for the first ball. And 5 dot balls, 65 for 6. We've had 21 overs. As Gloucestershire really struggling here to break the stranglehold that Warwickshire have got on them.
Craig Miles' spell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 12 for 1, and he's now being replaced by Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who is 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8. So just 4 bowlers used. Jake Lintott not yet used by Will Rose, hasn't used himself either. Maybe he thinks he'll get away with just using 4 bowlers so they can bowl Gloucestershire out. I'm sure Jake Lintott would like a go at some point.
These two sides resume in the Metrobank One Day Cup on Thursday. We'll do that after on the Hannon-Dalby's next over.
He's bowling to Taylor. And Taylor, well, he's played a deliberate shot, though, interesting one. He's sort of prodded it from high on the bat. It loops up in the air past the vacant slip area down to third for a single. It was a deliberate shot from Taylor, but a slightly dangerous one. He moves on to 23. It's all the 6s, 66 for 6.
Yeah, Warwickshire on Thursday are at Neath against Glamorgan, and Gloucestershire play Worcestershire at New Road. Both games starting at 11 o'clock.
Hannon-Dalby around the wicket to bowl the Safar and beats the outside edge. It's taken by Burgess and remains 66 for 1.
Are you doing the Neath game, Pat?
I'm not. Mike Taylor's got that delight. I say it's a delight because I love going to grounds like that, and I'd love to be there, but I think technically it's going to be a challenge. But
yeah, I asked that because I know you like the outgrounds,
I do.
And you like to go to them, especially the ones you don't go to very often.
In comes Hannon-Dalby around the wicket to Safar. 1 slip in place. He plays it into the ground for no run. 66 for 6.
Because Warwickshire were down there for a game, or supposed to, last week, weren't they? A warm-up game for the competition.
That's at least, yeah.
That got rained off, not ball bowled there, so didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I would like to see more games in this competition played on outgrounds. I know it's difficult, I know it's costly, but I still think a little bit of effort might be worthwhile. Anyway, Hannon-Dalby around the wicket. Safar comes down the pitch and pushes it to the offside. Just beats the fielder, but still doesn't get through for 1. And 66 for 6. Yeah, Barnard in the end who fielded that.
He likes to get down the wicket.
No, it was Craig Miles. I do beg his pardon. Craig Miles has fielded that briskly and well.
After he's played the shot, Safar likes to follow through and get down that wicket. He must be a delight for the wicket keepers.
Hannon-Dalby bowls, and that's defended up to the offside for no run.
Brought the second slip in. Brooks has come back into second slip for Safar.
He's putting the fielder out now on the backward point boundary for Safar. 2 slips, as you say, in place, and there's a cover. There's a fielder also on the 3rd boundary. Safar defends that. Good accurate bowling from Hannon-Dalby. And again, just 1 run off the over. They are trying to survive here. Gloucestershire not really making a huge amount of progress. 66 for 6 off 22. So, well, I suppose if they can stay in for the full 50 overs and score at that rate and get 150 on the board, and have something to bowl at.
How many 4s have you got on your score?
I think
Not many,
it would be 2, 4, 5, 6. 6 fours, no sixes. They've nearly got a 6. One bounce just short of the rope.
Briggs starts a new over. This is turned nicely by Taylor, but it will only be a single down to deep square leg. Briggs brings the field back in, long on, long off. Both come back into the edge of the fielding circle, and backward square leg drops back a bit, and deep mid-wicket drops back, and that's for the shot which Zafar has just played, which is to lap it round the corner, which he does. He gets a couple of runs there as Brooks drifted onto leg stump, and he helped it on its way for a couple of runs, taking Gloucestershire to 69 for 6.
Ethan Brooks diving at full stretch, not too far away from reaching that one. Leg slip.
Driven, but only to short extra cover, short mid wicket rather, and there's no run.
It's not Ethan Brooks, is it Yates?
Yates, yeah. This one is Zafar goes back, and the thick outside edge runs it away down towards third man. Chased down by Dolby, who gets there, gets the ball back into the stumps, but not before they're back for a third run. And Dobby takes a great chunk out of the ground as he slid after it. He's now having to replace the divot. Good golf chip. It took a huge divot with him, and he's repaired the damage. Groundsman will be just having a little eye over on that.
Deliberate shot, I think, that from Sapphire.
Yep, nice little touchdown there. Brings in, gives that plenty of air. Taylor will get another single. Just turn it away comfortably in through mid-wicket for 1. So runs coming a bit more frequently in here. 6 runs so far off the over. Ed will join us at the end of this over as Briggs in bowls, driven nicely. Again, nice control shot from Zappa down to the long on for a single. It's 74-6. We've had 23 overs, and Clive, Ed will join Clive.
Well, they've got 8 off that over, so they haven't had a double figure over yet. They've had 2 8s and a 9. Slightly damaging Danny Briggs' figures, but he's still a respectable 1 for 26 off his 7 overs. And Ollie Dolby has only conceded 9 runs in his first 6 overs, and he's taken a couple of wickets. He's bowling to Sapphire now, who pushes that back in. Coming down the pitch, Sapphire attacking intent, but a good ball from Alan Dolby, and the Pakistan international can only play it back to the bowler for no run.
Gosh, these headphones are warm. keeping your ears nice and toasty. Sort of earmuffs in the winter.
Dolby around the wicket, bowls, and that was a rather loose drive from Sapphire. He misses it, and it goes to Burgess behind the stumps. No run.
I thought I heard a noise there.
So did I must admit. No appeal or anything, so it's gone past the bat.
Yes, he's not been in great touch recently, has Zafar, somebody who has come up with a lot of really useful runs in his Gloucestershire career, but he's clearly just feeling for the ball a bit out there at the moment.
Turns that one round to mid-wicket. Ethan Brooks fielded it and dropped it behind him, and then decides to run round the ball twice, almost as if he's doing a forfeit. But there was no run. 74 for 6.
It's almost reached the point with Gloucestershire going basically nowhere that you almost think, is it time just to say to Jack Taylor, go on, just have a bit of a swing and see if you can hit a couple and then get things going.
And Dolby bowls, it's a bouncer, and well, they're appealing for a catch behind, and the finger goes up. Zafar complains.
I think he thinks it should be a no ball.
Yeah, well, for being overhead height, yeah, would be. Because that is the slightly curious thing in English cricket. In international cricket, it wouldn't have been an issue, because if it's overhead height, it's a wide. And obviously, if you hit it, it can't be a wide. But it can be a no ball. So it is caught low by Burgess. Safar feels it was overhead height. Yeah. I think the benefit of the doubt's. I can see a replay on the screen here now.
Yeah.
I think that's about head height, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look obviously well over it. Oh, here we go. We're going to get a side-on view. That'll be even better. Well, yeah, I don't think you could be calling that.
So it's a slightly fortuitous wicket. It's got the faintest of edges to it, but Hannah Dolby won't mind. That's his third. And a second catch for Michael Burgess. And Safar goes for 6. In 10, but never really came off. And it is 74 for 7.
Well, Anwar Ali must be wondering what he's got himself into, really. He came in at 142 for 7 in his first game against Northamptonshire the other day, and would probably have been thinking, okay, get me in a slightly better situation next game. That should be as bad as it gets. Well, 74 for 7 today. He's come as, I guess, sort of a second overseas, but it wasn't necessarily meant to be Zafar who was the first. There's, at least the club have stated that they're looking at a player from the Rajasthan Royals as another overseas player, and Anwar Ali has come in as well, and you can tell he's wasn't in the original sort of squad plans, because his number is in a different shade of yellow from everybody else's.
Yes, it rather stands out. His number 48 as Alan Dolby comes to bowl to him. He leaves it. Plenty of experience, 22 one-day internationals, as well as 16 T20 internationals for Pakistan.
Yes, there's some great footage that you can unearth of him bowling in the final of the 2006 Under-19 World Cup. He took 5 wickets in the final as Pakistan beat India, and he got Cheteshwar Pujara and Rohit Sharma out 2 in 3 balls, and Ravindra Jadeja was also part of his 5 for.
Hannon Dolby bowls and wraps him on the pads. He's appealing, Hannon Dolby, not with a huge amount of conviction, but it's another terrific over from Ollie Hannon Dolby. It is another wicket maiden for him. That's 3 maidens he'd bowled, 2 of them wicket maidens, and one of those a double wicket maiden. And Gloucestershire are 74 for 7 after 24.
Because these are astonishing figures. They're pretty much computer game cheat code figures, to be honest. 9 conceded off 7 overs.
You're a different generation to me. I'm sure listeners will know what you're talking about, but I haven't a clue.
Well, you know, you're basically cheating the game.
Well, I wouldn't do that.
No, I wouldn't either.
He's on course to bowl the most economic 10-over spell of the competition so far this season, which currently is held by Ben Code, who took 3 for 16 in his 10 overs for Yorkshire against Kent at Scarborough.
In comes Barnard then. He bowls to Taylor, who dabs down to third man for a single, 75 for 7. I think Kent ended up going on to win that game, didn't they, on Duckworth-Lewis, very narrowly. Compton and Everson both scored centuries. Gloucestershire are pretty much out of... Well, in fact, they are now out of players who've scored list A centuries. Jack Taylor's come very close, and given more runs to chase, he would have got one last season against Nottinghamshire. He was on 95, and huge partnership with James Bracey, and ended up having to hit a 6 to hit the winning runs and get his century, and had to go for it, and was caught just in front of the boundary at mid-wicket. But neither Jack Taylor nor Anwar Ali have list A tons. Anwar's highest score, 89. He's got a very good record. Facing up to Barnard, he prods forward and the ball goes off the inside edge of the bat onto his pad, and there's no run. He's very idiosyncratic at the creases, is Anwar Ali. He's got a really crouched stance. He almost looks as if he's ducking before the bowler even comes into bowl. And he's got really quite exaggerated mannerisms. Really exciting player to watch. Crouches down now, ready for Barnard. Comes forward, does Anwar, and guides this one out towards extra cover, but won't pick up a run.
So Danny Briggs' spell coming to an end. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Ed Barnard, his first spell. He's actually been the most expensive bowler, but he's got a couple of wickets, 2 for 25 off 5 before this over. He's had another run since then.
Barnard approaches into Anwar, who drives wide of mid-off, and that'll be his first run, 76 for 7. I think we're in kind of territory of looking at low scores pretty soon, aren't we? 7 down. I always try to save those sorts of things until they're actually needed, because it's effort to look these things up.
It's not going to be the lowest score of the season in the competition already. They've gone past Essex's score.
Barnard is into Taylor, who defends out towards cover, who's still in pretty tight. There's no run. As far as on this ground goes, Gloucestershire versus Warwickshire, all those sorts of things, getting towards the stage where that sort of thing needs to be considered. And if another wicket falls here, then very much so. Van Meeker and Singdale the only batting to come, as that's turned away towards fine leg. It beats the dive of short fine leg, and the ball's going to dribble towards the boundary, and the fielder has kept that in. Just about sprawling away from square leg all the way around to long leg, and he's put in all that effort and saved 1 run. 79 for 7. Jack Taylor moves to is that 19? That's 29, isn't it? I do need these eyes tested.
That's 29, yes.
Yes. I could just look on the online score, which is basically right in front of me, but you know, I sort of feel convention dictates I should stare at the scoreboard. So 79 for 7, and that theoretically is the halfway mark of Gloucestershire's innings. I think there's fairly good odds that it won't be in terms of the eventual outcome, but it's time for a drink.
Well, it was a good shot that from Taylor. He moved across the stumps with the express intention of playing that shot, and executed it well. Just got to keep going, Gloucestershire. Whenever they get on the board, have a bowl at. But obviously up against it, and they're getting a drinks break.
It's always nice coming to a TMS box.
Obviously the second half of the power play, 15 for 1 the third 5, 14 for 1 the fourth, and this last one 15 for 1. So they haven't really, it's just that second 5 where they managed to accelerate a little bit. Other than that, they haven't been able to do so. They did take 5 off that last over. So, everyone's had a drink. We might actually get lunch at a fairly orthodox time today, if Warwickshire can get cracking. Because normally, days where you used to, I'm old enough to remember when you used to go for lunch at 1 o'clock on one of these sort of games, and then you resume the first innings afterwards. That doesn't happen anymore. You bowl through the whole of the first innings before you have a break. I think we used to have lunch and tea in 50 or 55 or 60 over games that we used to have.
I think particularly here, it's a huge shame that you don't have a tea break.
And in Dolby bowls, it's driven. There's no run.
It was extraordinary when I came here for finals day. I'm not necessarily expecting that this time.
I wouldn't let finals day fool you.
But at the same time, it was, you know, we're talking multiple courses, people coming with snacks every hour or something like that. It was amazing. I was sort of thinking, actually, in some ways, it's probably a good thing that I don't get that every time, because otherwise I should be a different size.
I must thank Daniel Norcross and Henry Roman and the Tings. They left loads of snacks at the back of the box. That's a pull towards mid-on. It's cut off. There's no run. I mean, there's a packet of snacks which I think sponsor one of the teams, I think. Well, they may not, but anyway, a few other things. So thanks, guys. We'll tuck into those later. 79 for 7, so there will be more 100 commentary on BBC Online, and 5 extra, I would imagine. Don't quote me on that, I'm not certain. I imagine there will be. For the 200 games that go on this evening, both involving Birmingham Phoenix at Old Trafford against the Manchester Originals. Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl to Taylor. Oh, that's a bounce, a slow bouncer. Taylor does well just to play it off his chest straight into the ground. No run.
Bizarre piece of cricket, really. It was almost a horizontal batted block in the end, but it did seem to take a while for it to get up there. And I don't know whether Taylor was in a couple of minds about what to do at it. I see he had a big grin back to Ollie and Dolby. Didn't know quite what to make of it.
In again, Hannon Dolby. He's got a fairly defensive field now. He's just happy to stop the runs being scored, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. He's still only conceded 9 runs from 46 deliveries, Hannon Dolby. It's been a terrific bowling performance from the highly experienced player. He used to be something of a white ball specialist, but the last, this was 4 or 5 seasons now, his red ball career has taken off here. Highly reliable red ball bowler as well as white ball bowler for Warwickshire. The Yorkshireman comes into bowl, and that is cut nicely. That's going to ruin his figures somewhat. It's a 4. It was banged in short, and Taylor cuts it and beats the sweeper on the offside for a welcome boundary for Gloucestershire. 83 for 7.
I'm not sure if the spectators just want some runs to be scored, but I think that may have been some visiting Gloucestershire supporters who were finally having something to cheer about. It's only the second boundary that even Jack Taylor has hit, and naturally attacking player as he is, for him to be out there that long and only hit a couple of boundaries tells you something.
7th of the innings in total, and he pulls that one. He does well, Taylor, because there's 2 fielders out in the deep, and they are it's quite a long boundary there, so he played within that shot and made sure it bounced well short. And a relatively expensive over from Ollie Hannon Dolby. That's 5 runs came off it. 84 for 7 at the end of 26.
Yep, so a couple of short balls being taken on there by Taylor, and I think they have just reached the point here, Gloucestershire, as I said before, where if they're just going to push and prod, then they're not even going to get to a score which you'd think, if something extraordinary happened, would be something to bowl at. So they've got to go on the attack a bit, because we have had more than half the overs now, and the current run rate is just 3 1/4. Barnard to start his 7th over, bowling to Taylor, who chops that one into the ground and almost chops it on. There was not really a lot of room to free the arms there, and Taylor was looking to do so. And they've just hit that length consistently, Warwickshire's bowlers. It's certainly something which Gloucestershire are going to have to do when they come out to bowl, if they're going to look to make anything happen here. Barnard is in, Taylor swings, gets a bottom edge, and the ball's going away down towards fine leg, and I think it will go to the boundary. So I think, again, that shot sort of tells you that Jack Taylor's decided that something's got to happen here. 88 for 7 with that 4, so a couple of 4s in fairly quick succession, but that one in very streaky fashion. Just wasn't really quite in that slot length for Taylor to bop over the top. And he does still get 4. Here's Barnard. In now to Taylor, who opens the face and gets a single down to 3rd man. 89 for 7 with Taylor on to 39.
Well, he's batting well, 39 out of 89 for 7. I think where Gloucestershire would be without that.
Yeah, he's got a very good list A record, does Jack Taylor, and he's somebody who can come in these sorts of situations, as well as just being kind of more of a finisher that I guess he's probably more well known as around the circuit. Barnard bowls to Anwar. We pass him a slow swinging delivery outside the off stump, and Anwar was trying to flash that one away, thinking that it would be a full toss, I think, but it ended up dipping on him and beating his edge. That was an interesting piece of bowling.
Yeah, good slow ball from Barnard. His first ball strike got the first 2 wickets, the first and the second ball of the innings.
I'm not sure if that was a knuckleball or back of the hand or something like that. There's a short ball this time, and it's come off, maybe glove down towards fine third man. And indeed it was either off glove or top edge. He'll get a single for that, 90 for 7, but I guess because they're so kind of worried about their swinging ball and the full length, that when Warwickshire's bowlers have bowled short balls, even if they've not been particularly quick bumpers, they've caused them problems. Barnard bowls to Taylor, who pulls firmly through mid-wicket for 4. That one wasn't really very short, and Jack Taylor has swatted it away for another boundary. 94 for 7. And Jack Taylor's on to 43.
And that is the first double figure over of the innings. 10 runs off it. Well, still plenty of time left. 23 overs left. Gloucestershire should try and get a total on the board. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby's second spell has come to an end. That second spell he bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, and took 1 for 6. Overall, he's 3 for 14 in his 8 overs. And he's going to be replaced by Jake Lintos. Who took 3 wickets against Somerset in the first game. He is, well, Danny Briggs as well today, but he is the other bonus for Warwickshire in that last couple of seasons he has been involved in the 100, but hasn't had a call up into it so far this season. So I'm not sure getting his benefit in the 50 over competition. A difficult T20 blast, although he was actually looking stronger by the end of it. His last couple of games he did perform very well. Got a bit of his mojo back. That's one's played a long on for a single. Anwar Ali, which brings Taylor on strike, exactly what Anwar Ali needed to do to get Taylor onto strike. 95 for 7 Gloucestershire. And put into bat by Warwickshire, they were 10 for 4. 74 for 7. Lintop with a slip in place. Left arm over. That's quite a wide delivery. I thought about it, I think. But not a great deal of foot movement from Taylor. It's deemed to be just about okay.
The arms went down to the side, didn't they? But not out wide.
In again, Lintop. Oh, that's hit down the ground by Taylor, lofted high in the air, and that is going to be the first 6 of the Gloucestershire innings. And it's a pretty impressive way to bring up the 100.
Yeah, it's what he likes to do, Jack Taylor. Get on top of the spinners quite early. I guess he feels as if he's in a bit more now, and I think he'll see this as an opportunity to try and transfer a bit of pressure back at least to one bowler, even if not to Warwickshire as a side. It was a bit too tempting with one of those straight fielders up, and Warwickshire have put both long off and long on back now.
Lintop hit for more 6s than any other Bears bowler in the T20 blast. That's pushed out the offside by Taylor, and that brings up his half century. He's moved pretty quickly to 50 from where he was after, because of the circumstances, being in a cautious mode, but lately he's hit out, and 59 balls for his half-century, 4 fours and a 6. More runs here off the edge of Anwar Ali's bat, and he's going to get 2 for that. And it's 104 for 7. Last couple of overs, they have picked it up.
Yes, didn't know a whole lot about that one, did Anwar, whether it was not reading which way it turned or whether he turned the bat face too early again.
That was a swing and a miss by Ali. That has been given as a wide. It's, I think the second wide of the innings, it is.
Much to Jake Lentot's displeasure.
Yeah, that's crept into the game a bit too much for my liking. Every time a wide is signalled or not signalled, either the batsman or the bowler glares at the umpire. That's a turn round to back a square leg for a single by Anwar Ali, who moves on to 6. It's time players understood that it's the umpires that make those decisions, not them. 106 for 7 at the end of a productive over, from which they got 12 runs off it. So after the first double figure over, they get the second and the most valuable over the innings so far. So 22 from the last 2, or if you like 27 from the, well, 32 from the last 4 in fact. So these two have picked it up nicely.
I don't think anyone would dare argue a wide call from you, Clive.
Well, I'm sure they would, because they all do these days. It just, I think
No,
it's
you're right, it's true. And I've noticed it when I umpire club cricket as well. I mean, I know I probably wasn't the best umpire anyway, but at the end of the day, wide calls, it's something which doesn't need to be that amount of niggle about, really.
I don't think it helps that the IPL has introduced a review system for wides, which I think is a bit ridiculous.
Craig Miles is replacing Ed Barnard and starting his 6th over. Forward goes Anwar into a respectful defence.
Just so the 100 came up in 165 balls, which meant the second 50 took 77 balls, slightly quicker than the first, which took 88, and they lost just the 2 wickets for the second 50. They lost 5 in the first 50.
Yeah, Miles back to try and nip this mini recovery in the bud. To his 6th over. At some point, Warwickshire may have to think more about their 5th bowler, but probably not now, as that's flicked off pad out towards backward square leg. It'll be a leg by, 107 for 7, but it gets Jack Taylor on strike early on in the over. Barnard having bowled 7, Hannon Dolby 8, and Briggs also 7, and Miles into his 6th. So they might need to, if this goes on too long, get a bit creative as far as the 5th bowler is concerned. But I think for now, just still think about trying to bowl Gloucestershire out and make sure that they're chasing as low a score as possible. Miles in and bowls. It's pulled by Taylor without timing. Straight to Ethan Brooks, who's fielding at a fairly short mid-wicket still. Not just allowing Jack Taylor to get off strike and bowl at Anwar Ali, which I think is a good move. They're not just trying to bowl at one player, because it's not as though Anwar is a mug with the bat by any means. Scored runs in his first game straight off the plane. He's got a list day average of 32, so he's not really a number 9. Miles bowls to Taylor, it's full, and Taylor drives over the top of cover fielder, if there had been one, and out to the fielder on the cover boundary. Picks up a single. That's 108 for 7. Enjoyed my stay last night just near the university buildings. Had a walk underneath Big Joe. I think that's what it's called, isn't it? The clock tower. I think it's Big Joe. In goes Miles to bowl. Anwar prods forward into a defence out towards extra cover. So
I'm not too sure, to be honest.
It's always a bit odd walking around a university campus when there's absolutely nobody there. Sort of feels as though there should be a bit of hustle and bustle, but very much happening there at the moment. One thing that did catch my eye was there was a building called, try and get this right, it was called the Teaching and Learning Building. Isn't that what they're all for? I obviously don't. I thought I still sort of roughly understood what went on at universities, but I'm sure we didn't have a teaching and learning building where I went. Miles is in, that's tickled away through backward square by Anwar for a single, 109 for 7. I'm sure there's some perfectly legitimate reason for that, or you know, sort of study assisting type thing, I suspect, but it did kind of amuse me. Brand spanking new building, like a lot of the buildings at the University of Birmingham. Very nice campus.
There's a railway station there, of course, and they've got the bikes you can hop on there, so you can get the train there to there and cycle off to here. That's one way of getting here. Jake Lintott bowling to Anwar Ali, who drives but doesn't time that, and it dribbles somewhat apologetically to mid-off. There's no run. Craig Miles did stop the rot there somewhat with that last over, just 3 runs coming off it. Just stemmed Gloucestershire's progress a little bit. They're still looking here. Gloucestershire to get something on the ball that's driven to mid-off. There's no run. They still have plenty of time left, so getting to 200 is not beyond the bounds of possibility. But with only 3 wickets left, it's not going to be easy. As Lintott comes in to bowl, and that's just dabbed at by Anwar Ali around his pads for no run. Lintott keeping Anwar Ali down there, keeping Taylor off strike nicely. That's 3 dot balls bowled to him. He was in the game, he stops, checks, and he tries again. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other, bowls a quicker ball, which Ali plays to the offside and might have got runs for had it not been for a terrific tumbling stop by Ethan Brooks. That's a really good stop. Wouldn't have gone for 4 because there is a sweeper there, but he saved probably a couple of runs there. And Lintott in, and Ali this time just dabs that down the pitch. And after going for 12 in his first over, Lintott's pulled it back a little bit in his second so far, though he's still got a ball to go. He comes in now to bowl, and that's pushed out to backward point. It is a maiden, and that is the 6th maiden of the innings at Warwickshire have bowled. It's 109 for 7, so that's the end of 30 overs. So the third 30 overs yielded 45 runs, the third 10, 45 runs for 2 wickets. So it has been, by some distance, their most productive of the 3 sets of 10 overs so far, but they still have a lot to do.
I would like to know how many times in list A cricket a bowler's had figures of 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 12, because it feels as though it's something that probably doesn't happen that often.
Well, I suspect it does a bit.
But I want to know how often, you know. 12 runs and then no runs. Could see it probably more at the start of an innings than towards the middle, because you just don't get very many maidens bowled in the middle overs of a 50-over game. Usually, normally the field's been pushed back by then. I could see it at the start. So maybe we have to add in something about the number of overs that's happened in. Here's Craig Miles starting his 7th over. As that's cut away, it's beaten backward point. It's running out towards the 3rd man boundary, but it's quite a long way down there, so it won't go. And Anwar sprinting back for a 3rd run, which they'll make pretty comfortably. It's a long throw, 112 for 7. You can see Clive is brimming with enthusiasm at my stat idea to my right-hand side. And Taylor to 54. He does score quite a lot of runs down through that 3rd man area. Associate him with that brutal power, but he does like to dab the ball down through that area. Miles in, and forward goes Anwar and prods the ball to extra cover. There's no run.
He's batted well. I've seen him score a few runs over the years. I've seen him score a few at Cheltenham over the years, Jack Taylor. Just going to do an update in about 10 seconds time. It's going to be a wide, I think. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire's bowlers have been on top for the most part on this one-day cup match against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 112 for 7 in the 31st over. They are offering a little bit of resistance now, particularly in the form of Jack Taylor, who started to play a few shots and is on 54. But Warwickshire had reduced them to 10 for 4 and then 74 for 7, with Ollie Halland-Dolby taking 3 wickets and a couple for Ed Barnard as well. Gloucestershire have never found it easy, and there's another one, a slightly fortuitous one for Craig Miles as Anwar Ali tries to play him down the leg side, but it's a great diving catch by the Warwickshire wicketkeeper Michael Burgess, and Gloucestershire now are 112 for 8 in the 31st over. Great catch by Michael Burgess, who anticipated it going down the leg side. You can see it shuffled across a bit, and they made a great diving catch. Anwar Ali will feel a little unfortunate, as batters always do if they're caught down the leg side.
They don't get too much sympathy from me, though.
Well, I often wonder why they don't leave more in white ball cricket when they're going down the leg side, because you get a wide. But,
well, I just think it's... I don't really see why it's any different to any other form of dismissal, personally. It's still a shot which you've not got right, and it's ended up in the keeper's hands. And it's the footwork of Burgess is so good there. Moves with the ball to start with, so the weight's going that way, but there's just that little shuffle, and then he gets such a strong push off to get the distance on the dive. And that is a magnificent piece of keeping to take that catch. And I think now, with just Singdale and Van Meekeren left, any hopes of somehow scraping up towards 200, I think, rest pretty much solely in the hands and with the blade of Jack Taylor, who's at the non-striker's end. Singdale certainly can bat, though. He's got a first-class 50 this season. There's a slip in place as Miles bowls to him. It's a full delivery. It's clipped confidently towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I just wonder whether Jack Taylor might need to work a little harder to keep the strike. I mean, that wicket came after Taylor took a 3, which you can understand they want every run they can get, but I just wonder if the next time that happens whether he might settle for a 2 so early in the over and keep himself on strike.
Yeah, I think it's... They often seem to think in a situation like this with so many overs left that they take the runs, but yeah, I think
there won't be many overs left if you get bowled out.
Well, no. With 11 at the crease, I think you'd certainly do that. There's a leg slip in place as well as a slip now as Miles bowls to Singdale. That plan was fairly telegraphed, and the umpires decided that that's wide.
Well, that's the way to play it. He just jumped out of the way, Dale, had to go on the leg side and let the umpire do the rest.
Although, of course, if you do completely jump out the way of it now, it's not a wide, but I think that one was far enough down that the umpire still decided it would have gone past him in his original stance. 113 for 8. Gloucestershire will take any runs they can get. Last ball of the over, Miles is in to bowl and strikes him on the thigh pad, I think, although it might have been a little bit more central than that, not sure. No, I think he's all right. End of the over. Miles has got through 7 now, 2 for 18, impeccable figures for him against the county that he left. 113 for 8 after 31.
Yes, that's good news for Warwickshire that Craig Miles is back, and second match, of course, in this competition. As he comes back to fitness, wasn't really featuring in the championship side early season, but may do. We've got 4 championship games left. Warwickshire, he may feature in the last 4. Jake Lintott to bowl his 3rd over. Can Warwickshire get these last 2 wickets and wrap this up? But it is Jack Taylor on strike, and he has been offered, not exactly been He's still got 5 inside the circle, but if he wants a single, there's plenty there to be had. Long off, long on, back. It's a sweeper on the offside and one on the leg side as well as Lintop bowls, and Taylor cuts at that. And whether he just felt there was not one to be had there, but I suspect that is an element of not going for the single, as Ethan Brooks feels that in the covers. Lintop in again, and he hits that. He will take the single this time to long off. And Taylor moves on to 55, 114 for 8.
He did this a little bit actually in the championship match that Gloucestershire were trying to save against Worcestershire with his brother. And I don't know if there's sort of an element of, well, I'm going to get off strike so easily that if I take every single that's on offer, just won't get any bowling. So sometimes don't always just take the first single that comes on offer in and over.
Dale with a very crouched stance, pushes that one to the onside for no run. He hasn't quite... Well, the 6 fielders inside the circle for him, including a slip. Just to get the ball past them if he's going to get Taylor back on strike. He gets an inside edge there. He's going to get something here. Just the one. Fortuitous one, but a welcome one. And 115 for 8. A shake doing the fielding, and Dale's off the mark. Field reverts it was the last time Taylor was on strike to Lintop, and he's hit that in the air, and it's brilliantly caught by Ethan Brooks, diving forward and takes it low down. That's a terrific take from Brooks, and it's 115 for 9, and a very impressive innings from Jack Taylor has come to an end. He's out for 55.
Yeah, the lone bright spot in this Gloucestershire batting display that has fallen flat on its face, and it was a short ball. It was there to be hit by Taylor, but I think he, I guess, will be ruining the fact that he actually hit it as well as he did, because he's hit it straight to, well, I say not straight to, because that does down the catch the fielder there, but it was a shot which didn't have to be played, I guess.
Phil, but hasn't got much faith in your number 11, because he's charging off to the museum now, anticipating he's going to have to open it.
Yes, well, I think, with all due respect to Paul van Maker, and I think you probably had better get round there, yes.
Van Maker has not got the happiest of memories of the fixture between these two teams. Let me just check what I'm looking for here.
Oh, yes.
Yes. He went for 55 runs off 30 balls, 4.4 overs.
Yes,
at Cheltenham.
In typical Van Maker fashion, he took 5 for 48 off 10 overs in his next match.
Maybe there's a chance to wreak some revenge here and score some runs. Lintop then. His 4th wicket of the competition so far. That's left. Very good championship style from Van Meekeren. Last ball of the over. And after being expensive in his first over, Lintop has pulled it back nicely. Went for 2 that over, 2 singles, but also got the wicket. And Gloucestershire are looking as if they're going to fall well short of their 50 overs. They're 115 for 9 after 32.
4 dismissals for Michael Burgess as well. Yep. See whether he can get himself a 5th. Well, 4 catches, I should say, not just dismissals. And Miles trying to deliver the final coup de grace here. Singdale might as well play his natural game. He tends to like to play his shots. He's not a number 10/11 that likes to block.
Took 2 catches and a stumping in the first game against Somerset Burgess.
Miles in and bowls, struck Singdale on the pad as he looked to whip the ball through the leg side. Extravagant. It's a shot that he quite likes. He gets more and more kind of MS Dhoni-like in his attempts to play that almost helicopter follow-through as time goes along. Not really much of a shout on that occasion. Sort of the way it was shaping up out of Miles's hand, I thought that was going to be curtains, I must say. In he comes. Miles now bowls, and Singdale a drive up to mid-on. He won't get a run for that. Got his own way of going about things at the creases, Singdale, and actually a couple of years back when he first came on the scene, he really did genuinely look like a number 11, but he's had a couple of moments in the spotlight with the bat this season, helping Tom Price to that century at New Road on the day when he took the hat-trick and scored the century on the same day. Miles bowls, and getting across his stumps is Singdale to play that one down towards backward square leg. He'll collect a single, 116 for 9. So Singdale moves on to 2. That'll get Van Meekeren on strike. Clubbed a 6 in the last game against Northamptonshire, and actually the last wicket stand between Singdale and Van Meekeren in that match, it was only worth 21, but given Gloucestershire only won by 23 in the end, as Miles is into bowl to Van Meekeren, who blocks it into the onside. Feel that mid-wicket there's no run. That actually, when you think it probably would, but it wasn't quite the difference in terms of runs in the game, but then Tom Taylor plays his innings differently if there were fewer runs to get, so actually it was quite an important stand between these two in the last one.
I think put 21 on here, getting up to 130.
Well,
6, then something.
Just got to get whatever they can, haven't they?
Leg slip going in place now, as well as a slip.
Gloucestershire's net run rate looks likely to take an absolute hammering from this game, as that's down the leg side from Miles, trying to bring the leg slip into play, but the problem is it's not the Championship, and any ball that passes down the leg side of Van Meekeren's pad will be wided. 117 for 9.
4th wide that Warwickshire ball. That would be 2 bad. No balls. The other extras have been 3 leg byes.
Here's Craig Miles approaching. He's there now to bowl, and Van Meekeren is blocking that one out into the covers. There's no run. I've got 17 overs to bat. You won't be hurrying me. Be doing some effort to survive that long, but he doesn't need to be in any hurry. Notice actually that this online system for Lintott, and it was the same in the last match when Northamptonshire had Freddie Heldrick. Now they're going with LWS as the 3-letter abbreviation for his style of bowling. Miles bowls, that's a pretty harmless delivery, shortened down the leg side, and it's another wide. I think it's 118 for 9.
Yeah.
Scoreboard will catch up eventually.
Does now.
Yeah, LWS. Sort of looks as if it should be a railway company, really, rather than a bowling style. Last ball of the 33rd over. Miles delivers it now, and Van Meekeren cuts, finds the gap between cover and backward point, and should get 2 runs for this. 120 for 9. A group of Gloucestershire supporters are gathered right at the end of the Hollies stand in bucket hats over there. They were cheering loudly when Jack Taylor got his half-century, and I think they made a bit of noise for Van Meekeren's first runs there as well, but it's not been a happy trip up the motorway for them. 33 gone, 120 for 9.
They managed to dig out 5 runs from that over. All runs that Warwickshire will have to get. 120 for 9, you say so. Well, 17 overs to go, more relevantly 1 wicket left. Jake Lintott to bowl to Dale, the slip in place. Lintott in, and Dale lobs that in the air, and it bounces just short of the bowler. It was a bit on the back foot there, Lintott. He stands there thoughtfully as he's not quite able to execute a caught and bowled. Comes in again. That's quite a wide delivery. There's a swish and a miss by Dale, taken by Burgess, standing up to the stumps. So after going for 12, including his 6 in his first over, Lintott's gone for 2 in the next 14 balls and taken a couple of wickets. No, 1 wicket, I should say. He comes in now to bowl, and that's almost got through. And there is no run. Sun shining now at Edgbaston. Lintott in again, and he's bowled him, and that is the end of the innings. Lintott gets 1 through. Dale is bowled for 2, and Gloucestershire are all out for 120 in the 34th over. A good performance in the field from Warwickshire, and Jack Taylor's 55 apart. Just 2 other batters got to double figures, James Bracey with 14 and Ben Wells 17. But it's a bit of a sorry card for Gloucestershire, who are all out for 120.
Yeah, very much undone by the moving ball up front. And then they just couldn't string together a partnership to recover. Only Jack Taylor seemed to find some sort of timing out there at the crease. And for Gloucestershire, this has been very much an innings to forget. The only bit of good news is that it's only 1 game, and even if they are to lose it, which looks pretty much as certain as you can be in this game, they are still 2 wins and 1 loss in the competition, but it's been chastening as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Take nothing away from Warwickshire, though. They've landed the ball in the right areas. They found what was on offer through the air and off the pitch, and they should be going on to win the game.
Well, the bowling figures, Ed Barnard 7 overs 2 for 40, so he was actually quite expensive, but did get a couple of crucial wickets. Ollie Halland-Dolby stands out, 8 overs 3 maidens, which equals the most by any bowler in the competition so far this season. 3 for 14, his figures. Danny Briggs 7 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Craig Miles 8 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 23, and Jake Lintott 3.4 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 14. 120 all out in 33.4 overs over 3 lay-bys and 5 wides. So there we are. Jack Taylor's 55, top score for Gloucestershire. Warwickshire will require 121 to win. We'll get lunch at pretty close to an orthodox time, and we'll be back for Warwickshire's reply from here at Edgbaston, with Gloucestershire all out for 120.
Welcome back to Headingley, not Headingley, Edgbaston. Oh dear, I'm forgetting where I even am. It's Tom Price to start the Gloucestershire bowling innings. Warwickshire needing 121 to win, and Rob Yates is underway straight away as he turns the first ball down to fine leg for a single, and it's one without loss. Headingley? Really? That's where the brain went? Oh dear. Gloucestershire bowled out for 120 in 33.4 overs. They were mangled, mauled and decimated by Warwickshire's bowling lineup. Hannon Dolby with the most impressive figures, 3 for 14 from 8 overs, including 3 maidens, but the figures are still impressive wherever you look. All 5 bowlers picked up a wicket as Price bowls outside the off stump to Barnard, facing his first ball. And that's left alone through to the keeper. Barnard himself taking a couple of wickets, including the first 2 to fall, got both Price brothers, so can Tom Price exact some form of revenge? Gloucestershire lost a wicket with the second ball. Tom Price opening the batting for the first time in his Gloucestershire career, and was in the end given out caught at slip. As he bowls now to Barnard, who dabs that one down to third man, past the second slip, who's in position, and Warwickshire 2 without loss after 3 deliveries. Single figure scores for 4 of the top 5. James Bracey got a 14 and Ben Wells a 17 down at number 7. The only innings above that, Jack Taylor, 55 off 65 balls. At least, I guess, meaning that Gloucestershire got up to 3 figures, because for a while it looked like they might not. Price bowls full and straight to the left-handed Yates, who drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. Is Yates still batting in his glasses? No, he's not batting in his glasses. That's a shame, because I quite liked it when he was batting in his glasses. Something about batters in glasses that just, you know, it gives nerds like me some sort of hope for the future. In comes Price over the wicket. Bowls now to Yates. Yates is forward, defending out into the covers. And there is no run. My name's Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire. And we've got Clive Eakin and Phil Britt from BBC CWR WM. Have I got that right?
That's pretty close, yeah.
Something like that. There's a lot of letters to get through, but
a few initials in there,
just
yeah.
about managed. Well, I think it's very catchy, but then I have to say that, don't I? Last ball of the first over. Price is in to Yates, flicked off his pads down towards the long leg. Should be a couple of runs here because it's a long old way out there. Jeet Singh Dale gets the throw in, and a tidy start for Warwickshire, as they need just 121, and they've already got 4 of them off the opening over.
Yeah, they're just going to go about their job calmly here, Warwickshire. I don't think there'll be any thoughts that, oh, if we can do it quickly or boost the net run rate. They might think like that once, if they're 80 without loss or something, but they're just going to go about the job sensibly, not give Gloucestershire any cause for hope. Ed Barnard got his this day top score in the last match. He's unlikely to beat it in this game because it was 94 he got. He'd have to dominate the batting. He used to get that with the target being just 121. As for Gloucestershire, they're just going to play the game really and see what they can do. It's going to be Singh Dale to bowl, with 2 slips in place to Ed Barnard. And Barnard pushes that onto the onside and scampers through for a single. And it is 5 without loss.
Feels almost pointless even really talking about net run rate, because whatever happens, Warwickshire are going to have a massive boost to theirs, and Gloucestershire are going to have a huge hit to theirs. So there are so few runs to play with that it almost doesn't really feel like a case of kind of saying, well, look, you know, every single ball you're bowling for is a good thing.
Dale bowls, and that's pushed back to the bowler. There's no run.
Like you say, you've kind of just got to play the game, really, haven't you? There's nothing more or less that can be gained, and if you're the bowlers, you're obviously going to strive for wickets because that's what you're there for, and fielder's there to stop the ball, and I don't think there's really very much else that can be thought of other than that. Tom Smith is out on the field as a substitute fielder and engaging in his usual action when he's out on the field, which is talking to the umpire.
That was quite wide, moves away, a bit of bounce from Dale. Umpire's happy with it. Wicketkeeper takes it in front of slip. A little bit of bounce and away movement there from Dale.
That's not to say Tom Smith isn't an excellent fielder. He is. It's just that there's a lot more time between balls than when you're actually fielding. And square leg is his usual position. He's been chatting away to umpire Pratt for the last couple of minutes in between balls.
Dale to Yates again. Oh, that's an inside edge from Yates. He's going to get a single down to long leg, but Dale causing 1 or 2 problems here. He bounced the previous delivery. That one maybe nipping back, got an inside edge. And things can change if Gloucestershire were to get a couple of early wickets. Put a bit of doubt in the batters' minds. 6 without loss.
I think it's potentially Jack Taylor who's the fielder not out there.
Dale in again. Barnard just plays back to the... Oh, there's a misfield. That's a horrible misfield. That's going to be 2 runs. It is 2 runs. I'll let you name the fielder.
Oh, thank you. It was Tom Smith, because of course I said what a good fielder he was. So only out there as a substitute, but hasn't yet played a part in Gloucestershire's 50-over campaign. Potentially waiting for some more spin-friendly pitches, and when the second overseas player does come, if that might change the balance and mean that Smith comes in as the sole left-arm spinner.
That one is left by Barnard. Decent delivery, shaping nicely outside off. Some decent over that from Dale, but didn't get the reward for it. And Warwickshire 8 without loss after 2 overs, chasing 121 to win.
And both of these two opening bowlers coming off 4-wicket hauls in the last game against Northamptonshire. Both of those career bests, just the 5th List A match for Ajit Singh Dale, and Tom Price in his 10th. 4 for 58 for Singh Dale and 4 for 26 from Tom Price, who was superb and got the final 2 wickets just when it looked as if Gloucestershire might be pipped by an excellent innings from Tom Taylor. Here is Tom Price bowling to Yates, who drives pleasantly as far as Dent at mid-off, and there is no run. So 4 for 26 in his last game, and of course we mentioned Tom Price's 8 for 27 against Warwickshire at Bristol at the end of last year. It will take a feat of such proportions, I think, to get Warwickshire in strife here. 2 slips as Price is in, and that's flicked away confidently by Yates towards mid-wicket, and then there's a shot at the stumps from Zafar Gohar, which sends Dent to his right to have to back up, and there is no run. Those figures of 8 for 27 from Price at the end of last year, the best Gloucestershire figures since 1995 in first-class cricket. Price elbows jutting as he comes in now to bowl to Yates, and another punchy shot. Nice drive from Rob Yates, but only finds mid-off. And there's no run. No great alarms out here so far.
No, I don't think it's easy, though. If they were chasing 180, goodness me, that was time already. If they were chasing 180, then I might be a little bit more anxious, but 120 shouldn't be a problem.
Here's Price bowling, and he got him here. Gloucestershire are all up for it and not out, says the umpire.
Unnecessarily pantomime booing from the crowd. It was a genuine appeal, but I think they accept that it.
I think it was another one of those ones. We saw one from Barnard earlier on where it seemed to move, and then those behind the stumps mostly thought it must have taken the edge. Beautifully bowled. It's just right on that length, as I say, that Barnard in particular was hitting, and there's clearly still joy out there if you can manage to hit that spot. Price bowls to Yates, who takes a hand off the bat there as he drops it down into the leg side for no run. Almost seemed as if he'd unintentionally hit that one twice. I don't know if he made double contact or whether it was just played slightly awkwardly. Yeah, I think he might have hit that twice, you know, off the bottom of his bat after he defended it. Obviously, it has to be deliberate to be out-hit twice. I'm not suggesting that for one moment. But certainly played with a degree of discomfort. Last ball of the over, Price bowls, and Yates stabs it into the offside for no run. So it's a maiden over from Tom Price. If you like maidens in 50-over cricket, this is your place. Get down to Edgbaston quickly. 8 without loss after 3.
Yeah, so Gloucestershire trying to make it as hard as possible. For Warwickshire, obviously they need some wickets. It's going to be Dale to continue. Good first over from Dale. He'll be bowling to Barnard. Both batters on 4. And 2 slips in place. The target just 121 for Warwickshire to be the only team in Group A with a perfect record. It'll be 2 wins out of 2. Gloucestershire will join Worcestershire in having 2 wins and 1 defeat out of 3 if Warwickshire see the job through. Barnard has a horrible swing of that one outside off stump and misses. Goes through to the wicketkeeper, no run. Day coming up for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. The dining room was pretty busy today, so it is a decent crowd. I think it underlines that it could be towards the 1,500 mark maybe. In comes Dale once again to bowl, and Barnard plays a bit over that, goes a bit of a bottom edge into the ground, into the covers for no run. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are chasing a modest 121 in 50 overs to win their one-day cup match against Gloucestershire, having bowled the away side out for 120. They had them 10 for 4 inside the 4th over. There were a little bit of a recovery after that from Gloucestershire, notably from Jack Taylor, who batted very well for 55, but wickets continued to fall at fairly regular intervals. Ollie Halland-Dalby taking 3 for 14 in his 8 overs. 2 apiece for Ed Barnard, Craig Miles and Jake Lintott. It looks straightforward enough for Warwickshire, and they've made a solid start with a boundary there hit by Ed Barnard, who's on 8. Warwickshire 12 without loss, chasing 121 to win. Yeah, nice fall through the covers from Ed Barnard. 9 fours in the Gloucestershire innings on 1-6. 4 of the 4s and the 6 hit by Jack Taylor. That was Warwickshire's first boundary. As Barnard moves across the stumps and plays that back to his bowler, and there's no run. "12 without loss" remains the score.
Yeah, nice shot from Barnard for the boundary early on in the over. Singdale is trying to get his pace up and charge in, but I'd imagine there's a difference between how you can charge in when you've not got many runs to play with versus when you do.
Dale into Barnard, drops a bat on that, plays it to point. Dale scratches his head. Another one he almost got through.
And when you're trying to bowl quickly, it's a pretty short, sharp competition, really. You don't get many days off, and 10 overs after 10 overs after 10 overs does eventually take a toll, and you can only bowl at 100% in terms of firepower for so long, I would imagine. So, yeah, we'll see.
Dale, right arm over from the Birmingham end. It was a bit too close to the body there for Barnard. Trying to dig it out and played it into the offside for no run. Just leaning back, he rehearses the shot. But they got a boundary in that over, and Warwickshire aren't in a terrible rush, so they'll be happy enough at 12 with that loss after 4.
Gloucestershire actually could have one of the, and I don't know whether stats on this would be available, but I would imagine with Singdale, with Van Meekeren, and then especially if Actor were to play as well, Gloucestershire would actually have one of the quickest attacks in the competition. Van Meekeren can get it up, has been getting it up to late 80s this season in the Championship. Singdale likewise can hit those sorts of numbers. Not sure whether he'd be doing it today or not. Here's Price, T bowling to Yates. That's turned into the leg side for no run as Zaffer fields at mid-wicket. To say Actor's not slow either, so it's something which it certainly would be in Gloucestershire's favour, but The batting has fallen flat today. And I guess if you were to look at the balance of this side versus the side that played in the first game, as Price bowls and Yates comes forward and plays this one to extra cover, where Tom Smith fields, still on the field as a sub. It's slightly different without Harry Tector in there. And I don't think that there were many players and spectators who left Cheltenham not being impressed with the innings that Tector played in that first game. Worth saying, of course, that he wouldn't have been available for the whole competition anyway. As Price moves in now and bowls, and Yates flicks up to mid-on. And Makerin does the fielding, and there's no run. But having that international bowler in the top order, international batter in the top order, really did seem to make a bit of a difference to the batting lineup, as it would. Still no runs off this over from Tom Price. Maiden last over and stringing some dots together here as he bowls one very full, trying to get it to swing, and it's driven out towards point.
I'm going to bring Phil Britt in here in a bit.
Phil Britt in a bit. So Warwickshire understandably in no hurry, 12 without loss in the 5th over. Just really keen not to give Gloucestershire any sort of way back into things. Breeze just kicking up a little as Price is in to bowl. He's bowling sort of into it now as that's turned up to mid-on. There'll be a single. Nice running from Yates, just playing it wide of the field at 13 without loss. There was kind of a crosswind earlier on, but the breeze seems to have just, judging by the flags on the far side of the ground, just seems to have changed direction a little bit. So Price is bowling into the wind as the slower of the two opening bowlers, and Singdale, being the speedster, gets to bowl with the wind. Last ball of the 5th over as Price is in and bowls inside edge from Barnard. Seen a couple of inside edges already. This one goes down to fine leg for a run, and 14 without loss after 5 overs. Warwickshire chasing 120, and Phil Britt's back with me.
Afternoon everybody. A little bit sketchy, that shot from Barnard. He gets away with it. Yes, taking it very steadily, aren't they? I have to convince that was the first ball of this innings I've seen.
Right.
So I just walked back from the museum, and Clive's going to go and eat his lunch.
Clive's thrust you into the hot seat.
Yeah.
Handed you the hospital pass.
Exactly. Well, when I last was on, I think there was only 7 wickets down, and it was all going. I think Taylor was just beginning to start to launch, and once he went in the Gloucestershire innings, it fell away fairly sharply behind him.
This is not great news either. Singdale is going off. Anwar Ali is going to bowl, and I do hope that is just a precaution. He's had knee issues.
Oh, right, well, we don't want to see that.
Singdale, so yeah, particularly in this situation.
So here's Anwar Ali from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls. Barnard just steps forward and just runs this one out into the offside. There's no run. 14 without loss. Target's 121. Good crowd in. We had 100 visitors in the museum at lunchtime. So
Did you greet each one personally?
Pardon?
Did you greet each one personally?
Every single one. Yep. Yep. That's why there was only 100. Otherwise, if I hadn't, it would have been 200.
Oh no.
Greet them at the door. Well, grab them at the door and bring them.
Yes.
If they show any sign of being interested, you wrestle them in. Anwar Ali in, bowls, and Barnard opens the face of the bat and runs it down to 3rd man, and there's just a single.
Might be time for me to go down and visit it. I can add another one to your visitor numbers.
We'll take anybody. Unfortunately, now we're shut, so it's yeah, we're only open during the break.
Makes sense, really, for a one-day game.
But it's a decent crowd in today. 15 here without loss. We had one lady came in and said, "Oh, are they just having a break So I said, no, you're a bit further on than that. Oh, she said, I'm not going to get much cricket. I said, no, you'll be home for your tea. Right, in and bowls, and this is again, this time Yates running it away with a nice open face down to third man, again for a single, 16 without loss.
Yes, they might be having quite a long break in around about an hour and a half's time, maybe, or perhaps even sooner.
Yeah, I would think an hour and a half, something like that. Yeah, I think we'll still be here at 4 o'clock. As Gloucestershire take their 10th wicket, how's that?
Yes.
16
what was
for
in
no
that lunch
wicket.
you had?
Yeah, the beans are working. This one is driven away off a thick outside edge. It's going to be a single again, down to deep backward point. Down to third man, goes running around, does the fielding. That restricts to a single, so Warwickshire accumulating, mostly in ones. Twos, but that will satisfy them. All 10 wickets still intact. Barnard 11, Yates has got 6. Really straight run as Morale. He comes in, comes charging in, bowls, and Yates is getting up on a ball, just rising, and he just drops the one bat, takes one hand off the bat, and just drops the ball down in front of him. And there's no run. Barnard comes down and has a chat with him.
They do like bowlers with grunts to Gloucestershire, and I'm pleased to hear that Anwar Ali has got a pronounced one as well. You know, it just...
Is that,
you know, you're delivering the ball with effort.
is that a West Country requirement?
Does Somerset do that a lot as well?
I think so. This one is cut to backward point, no run this time. Good tumbling stop. Last ball of the over, 17 with no wicket. Jack Brooks, when he was playing regularly, he always gives the impression that he has that sort of full on. And I'm sure the Overtons, they grunt an awful lot when they...
Yes, mostly after they've bowled the ball,
yes,
actually, I think, isn't it?
And usually at other people.
Yes.
It's certainly they're not the quietest people when they play.
No.
They're very enthusiastic, I have to say.
Enthusiastic, competitive. In comes Price to start his 4th over. He bowls now to Barnard, full and forward goes Barnard to block this one solidly up to mid-off. Made a nice crack off the bat, actually, even if it didn't go particularly quickly up to mid-off. It's the kind of defensive shot that just makes you, I guess, feel as a batter that things are all working, feet are moving, picking the ball up nicely off the surface and out of the hand. As Price moves in again and bowls, Barnard runs this one away past backward point. Might have been a hand on it from Wells there just to slow it down a touch. They'll get 2. I think that's all they will manage. Zafar Gohar slides away, and it is indeed a couple of runs. So 19 without loss as Barnard moves up to 13. Do you know if Barnard had done much opening with Worcestershire before? Because I can't say I remember seeing him opening. I'm wondering if this is kind of the first time that he's really had the opening slot.
First, when I saw him at the top of the order on the match last week, I was surprised.
Price bowls a bouncer. It's pulled away by Barnard emphatically. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, maybe just a 3rd bounce before it goes over what is a long boundary over towards backwards square leg. Trying the short ball as a surprise tactic as Price, but as indeed actually Barnard had done a couple of times when he was bowling too, but it didn't have the same effect as Barnard puts it to the boundary. 23 without loss.
No, I think it's a new venture, and to be honest, it may be something which they use in the 50 over competition. Who knows, it might be something if it's successful, they adapt, because I'm not entirely sure that
As Price is into bowl to him, he bottom edges that one onto his pad, dribbles out into the offside for no run. They're getting the inside edges, Gloucestershire, they're just not going in the right place as far as they're concerned.
Alex Davis has been 100% successful at opening, but it might be just trying this. You know, he's opened with Rob Yates in the Championship. And obviously since Dom Sibley moved on to Surrey, then this has been a venture. Because Will Rhodes opened for a long time for Warwickshire.
Price in now, bowls. Barnard's looking for a single as he pushes it out into the covers. He won't find it with Zafar Gohar smartly across.
And with Dom Sibley, they were a very effective opening pair for a couple of years. And then Rhodes moved down the order to 3 or to 4 even on occasion, mostly 3. But the other opening spot without Sibley, they've been okay, but it's not been setting the world alight. So it may be that it's a chance to see, well, would this combination work?
Change of field, deep square's gone out for the last ball of the over. And fine leg has come up as Price is in. Now that's tucked away towards mid-on. Dent will get across and in, but won't prevent the single. Nicely taken. Barnard will keep the strike at the end of over number 7. Gloucestershire are keeping things tight. They've only gone for 24 runs, but wickets are the only thing that are going to change this game, and they've not got one of those yet. Warwickshire just need 97 more runs to win, and they've got 43 overs to get them in.
Yeah, so at the moment it's very much Warwickshire, this game going their way. Don't think the weather is going to intervene today.
No, and if it were to intervene, it would need to intervene probably within the next 10 minutes,
yeah.
Because in 3 overs time we'll have a game.
Exactly. And right, Ian and bowls and brings Barnard forward, not altogether convincingly, playing the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. Came forward to that one, just almost deceived, a little bit of movement, just tricked him. He's just rehearsing the shot from the crease. So, has Dale come back on again? Have you noticed, or is he still off the field? I didn't check.
I think he may still be off.
Okay. Alrighty, in again from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Barnard is opening the face, just letting it run away down through the vacant second, third slip area, down to third man. An easy single, comfortable single for Barnard. He moves on to 19, and Warwickshire move on to 25 without loss.
Zaman Akhtar is the 13th man out there. He's at mid-wickets. Suspect it's probably not going to be too long actually before, without wishing to pick the side or whatever, but I imagine with rest, rotation, etc., it's probably not going to be too long before Akhtar's back and playing in this competition.
And the bowls. Yates looking to drive this one, finds the ball a little bit closer into the body than he'd originally intended. He thought he got a bit more width and just a little bit restricted, and in the end plays it without any great power up to extra cover, and there's no run.
And they did bowl well in the opening game, did Akhtar, 3 for 56 against Derbyshire, and it's been a clunker. Of course it has for Gloucestershire, but you know, they played such decent cricket in the first 2 games. Didn't put together a perfect game in either of them, and you sort of thought, in a way, that was almost the encouraging thing.
Yeah. And right in, this is cut to backward point, but straight to the fielder, who has just stretched to his right. That is
Wells.
I haven't got my sheet with the numbers.
You know, I can be a good sport and stick it
that's great.
right
Thank
in
you
between.
very much indeed. I wrote them all down, and then I took the piece of paper with the numbers on and dropped it over the other end of the table. There.
Here it is.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I've got it. Ben Wells, that was number 7.
It was, you know.
Didn't take long to get that, did it? In Consannian bowls, and this one, see Yates again trying to force it, but again the ball just not quite onto him, and he's caught awkwardly playing the ball out into the offside. Again, not a lot of foot movement. He was looking to cut the ball away, but it tucked him up a little bit.
I think it's fair to say, I mean, these are new balls as well, and timing doesn't actually seem to be that easy when it's bowled more into the pitch. And we did see a couple of wickets in the first innings, well, particularly that of Bracey, where he was through the shot early. I don't think it's going to be a pitch which batters are going to be particularly queuing up to bat on again.
It was such an important toss to win, wasn't it? Absolutely key. And Morelli in. This is driven, but only up to mid-off. Again, there's no run. End of the over, 25, just a single off Van Morelli's second over. And it's 25 for no wicket. So a couple of overs from Dale, a couple from Morelli. Price has bowled, Tom Price bowled 4 overs. And 8 overs gone. Warwickshire moving along, just over 3 and over.
Tom Price is out of the attack, and time for a burst of the Flying Dutchman, Paul van Meekeren. Maybe he's feeling a bit more at home with all this orange about for
yes, it's done
reasons
specially
which
for him.
everybody knows.
So I heard you say you're not entirely convinced about this combination for the Warwickshire.
No,
I just this colour combination.
Orange and red. It just makes you think of. Well, in comes Van Meekeren and bowls. It's turned away towards square leg. There's no run, especially with a sort of flecks of red, which I've not quite worked out what they actually make, other than some sort of a pattern, whether they spell some sort of hidden word if you put all of the shapes together in the right way, whether they sort of spell out Brum or something. I don't know. I'd be quite happy if it were like that. But no, it does just make me think of a pavement outside some of the Bristol nightclubs at 4 a.m. In comes Van Meekeren and bowls. It's driven away by Barnard, wide of mid-off. They'll get a couple of runs here. Not perfectly timed, but just finding the gap and content with the runs that he'll get for doing that. 27 without loss, and Barnard moves up to 21.
You've just painted a beautiful picture of what goes on in Bristol in the evenings.
No, it's lovely. You should come. Just
it sounds delightful.
You know, maybe steer clear of the Clifton Triangle at about 4 or 5 a.m. and, you know, or don't if you like that sort of thing. Van Meekeren to Barnard. Sends another one down on the pads. It's flicked straight to square leg. Smith fields with a juggle, and there's no run. Still haven't seen anything along the lines of the Hannon Dolby keepy uppies earlier on. That was really magnificent stuff.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, you know, they try it all the time, and it never works, or nearly never works. But that was superb. Tim Murtagh, eat your heart out.
He'd got to the point with it as well. He had to finish it well because he was so far in. To not finish that off.
Yes, that's very true. Got everybody's attention.
Yeah.
Van Meekeren bowls to Barnard, who drives fiercely towards extra cover, and somehow I think the fielder has managed to get a hand on that. It still doesn't matter. It's gone for 4 over a sizable boundary, and now the question is extra cover all right? And the answer appears to be no. 4 runs to Barnard, who moves up to 25. That was hit really hard. Zafar Gohar, the fielder there. The only bit of good news is it doesn't seem to be his bowling hand, but
straight
still.
off though, wasn't he? So he's clearly taken a it was hit with massive force though, wasn't it?
Gosh, I mean that's, well, to be honest, we haven't seen many balls hit to the boundary today at all, but that was certainly the hardest of the ones that we have hit, and that probably includes Jack Taylor's 6 off Jake Lintott. Got every bit of that, did Ed Barnard. His 3rd 4. Van Meekeren in to bowl to him, and it's guided down to 3rd man for a single. 32 without loss, so Warwickshire beginning to get the board ticking along as well. The other thing that I'm not particularly convinced by, and I realise I'm making myself tremendously unpopular around here, but given the game situation, I don't think I'm going to be around for much longer. I'm not sure about Phoenix in the singular as well. Is that there's just one Phoenix, or they all Phoenixes rising collectively?
Well, you try and commentate and use the plural of Phoenix, of whatever derivative you'd want.
Presumably the plural of Phoenix is Phoenixes, isn't it? It's not one of those strange ones like octopus, as Yates just check drives this one out towards the point area. There's no run, 32 without loss. The plural of octopus is...
Octopi?
No.
Octopus.
It's either octopuses or octopodes you can have as well, which is my favourite one.
Well, to be honest with you, I rarely discuss even a single octopus. So discussing two or three of them is...
You mean, your average tea at the Brit household isn't a couple of octopi or even octopodes?
And to be honest, we don't very often discuss phoenixes.
No, I can imagine. I think if you see one phoenix in your lifetime, you're quite happy, never mind multiple ones. Although it could just be the same one that's come back.
Yeah, 3 octopus and... in fact, I think you can just use the word octopus, can't you? As a plural, singular. Probably wrong. 32 for no wicket. New over starts. Tucked from Morales, tucked by Barnard into the onside. They gallop through for a quick single. 33 for no wicket.
And the man who's got no name on his back, I believe, is Joe Phillips, who played in the last match and opened the batting actually, but has not played today.
And they can't get him a shirt with the name and number on.
It's a bit surprising. As I said this last match, they got Anwar Ali one, and it's not as though Phillips would have not been expected to play some sort of a part. I'm almost thinking whether either there's been something lost at some point or whether there's a size issue, I don't know.
This one is driven by Yates, but only up to mid-on, and there's no run. But they're trying to tell him something in a roundabout way. We won't put a number on because we can use the shirt for somebody else.
No, I'm sure it's not that. But yeah, I don't know. It is always odd when you have these sort of things with certain players you would expect to have a shirt number, and then somebody comes along who's played no cricket at all, and all of a sudden they seem to have one immediately.
Well, we always make the case, this happens quite regularly in cricket, where a player appears with no shirt number or name on his back. This one is cut away viciously by Yates through backward point, and they will come back for 2. Part fielded, but still enough. Another one of the fields wringing his hands. Ben Wells again in action. Saved 2 runs there because it would have gone down to the backward point boundary, but took enough pace off it. But 2 more to Yates, who moves on to 8, and the total to 35 for no wicket. Yeah, you sign a footballer and they've got the shirt on virtually before the ink's wet on the signature. And Morale in bowls, and Yates runs it to a sprawling Ben Wells, who has fallen and finds it feet first. He falls over and stops the ball, actually already lying on the floor.
He's going to have some carpet burns, some bruises, a few knocks to the fingers as well. Ben Wells has only been standing at backward point. Can I have a sub as well? I think if there are any more subs used, I think it might be Dale Benkenstein who's going out there onto the field. Or possibly Will Porterfield on one of his former stomping grounds.
Yes, of course. I've forgotten Will Porterfield is with Gloucestershire. He's gone back because he played for Gloucestershire prior to coming to Warwickshire. And the wicket, and this one is again rising outside the off stump. Yates looks to crash it away, but the ball rises up on it. In the end, he gets the ball off the bottom of that and into the ground, and no pace. Ball just rolls out to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, but it wasn't a slower ball either. It's just a ball that's been banged into the surface, and we've seen a few which has been, just slow, dead bounce.
So how long's Will Porterfield been on the coaching staff at Gloucestershire?
For a year plus, basically.
Right, okay. 35 for no wickets. And this one is Yates trying to drive this one over long on, but gets nothing on it as the ball flashes through to Bracey behind the stumps. End of the over, 35 for no wicket. We've had 10 overs, so End of the power play.
Yes, the power play. And I noticed how you sort of did, and of course nobody can see this.
No, you can't
did a
see
nice
that.
little miniature
Well, sort of mini.
windmill
I
signal.
couldn't move on to go through with the full. The umpires do. Oh, there
we
he goes.
go.
His arms going
There
round
go
like
the
he's
arms.
winding a clock. Or he's moving the hands around on the clock. He wouldn't wind it like that.
Winding a clock? Who does that nowadays?
Oh, you should come to the museum
Ah.
and see the grandfather clock where you have to wind it.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. Oh, yes, people still do. Not everybody's gone digital.
Here comes Van Meekeren then to bowl, and Barnard will flick a single through square leg, 36. Without loss, 3 fielders out on the boundary, so it's certainly not as though Gloucestershire have got on the defensive. There's no point, but there's no slip in place anymore, and I think they're already feeling as though really the wickets might have needed to have come by now if anything miraculous were to happen.
The bulk of the commentary teams around the country are of an age where clock winding was second nature. But the younger ones are now onto digital, and not even that. It's just purely.
Van Meekeren bowls a top edge from Yates, goes right where a short fine leg would be fielding. It lands rather satisfyingly on the 30-yard circle, as it were. And they'll get a single for that, 37 without loss.
Yates' timing is all over the place at the moment. He's not quite able. He's looking for the shots, but he's just not actually getting batted cleanly onto ball. Barnard,
from
on the other hand,
32,
is quite the opposite, isn't he?
Yeah, Barnard has certainly found some timing of late. Has advanced his strike rate up towards that 100 mark. And Meekeren is in, bowls and cuts him in half with a ball which nipped back appreciably.
Yeah.
Went between bat and body for the keeper.
Straight over the top of middle and off.
And when it's moving at that pace, it's a real handful. I'm not saying he'd probably be bowling as quickly as you can see him bowl, but you see him nudge 88, 89 when he bowls internationally for the Netherlands, and I'm told he bowled a ball at Cheltenham which was 88.4 miles an hour. I think that's right to within the decimal point, as Barnard decides to give him the charge and plays a straight swat wide of mid-on. They'll get a couple of runs here, but they'll have to hurry for the second run as Dent gets the throw away. And Meekeren with some miniature footballing skills there as he just flicks it up to his hand with his boot. 39 without loss. We had actually a really nice evening one evening at Cheltenham where we had a quiz and a barbecue, that sort of thing, and Van Meekeren actually was the one Gloucestershire player who stayed all the way to the end. And it's a good thing that he did, as Van Meekeren passes the umpire now, bowls another short ball, and Barnard's well through the shot there before that one gets to him, and it goes through to James Bracey. One of the questions was, which football team has won the most Dutch titles? Yeah. Yes, you're right. It is Ajax.
Ajax. I was going to say there's only going to be 2, Feyenoord or Ajax, and the Ajax was through the sort of late 90s and the earliest part were always champions.
And Meekeren bowls, nice delivery, which I'm not sure if Barnard got a bit of bat on that or not, but it drops down towards the offside. Might just have been thigh pad actually, but nicely bowled. Got a couple of moral victories in that over, did Van Meekeren, but then don't get anything for those. 4 runs from the over, which is way over what, in fact it's basically double what Warwickshire need. They need roughly 2 and over. 39 for no wicket after 11 overs.
Did he get the question right?
Well, yes. There was a big cheer from his table. I wasn't on his team, but there was a particularly loud cheer when that question came up. And being a man from Amsterdam, I assume that it is his team as well as his league.
Right. Ollie Price is going to come into the attack at the Birmingham end. He's replacing Anwar Ali. That's Warwickshire 39 for no wicket. Target's 121. And Price will be bowling to Rob Yates. Yates, who's on 9 from 32 deliveries. That's Price in, and this one is turned. First ball turns square on the onside. They get through for a single. 40 for no wicket. Yates goes into double figures. It's Barnard, who's on 30. Just moving the field around a little before he bowls his ball. So there's quite a big gap in square leg area for Barnard. There's a gap at just extra cover. There's Price in, and Barnard goes for a big drive down the ground, but you get it up to a deep mid-on. There's no run.
Good news is that Zafar Gohar is back on the field. That's him down at backward square there.
Price in bowls and reverse sweep. Sees this one race down to the boundary, down to his third man, but with the reverse sweep would effectively have been a fine leg, but picked that up beautifully, and Barnard, who is batting with real confidence, goes on to 34, and Warwickshire moved to 44 for no wicket.
He's done extremely well there, because it was a very full ball that it reverse swept. It could have been easy for that just to squeeze through.
It's one of those, if you miss, you're going to be given out.
Yes, that's certainly what Ollie Price was thinking.
And everybody says, what did he do that for? But when he hits it, it looks good. There's no middle ground with that shot. In again, and back goes Barnard, and waits and late cuts it, but only cuts it to backward point, where Mikaran does the fielding. Again, in he comes Price. This time it's much finer. This to make a genuine late cut from Barnard, which Van Meekeren gets to. They think about a third run, but will settle for 2. So Barnard moves on with that shot to 36, and total moves on to 46 for no wicket.
And it's kind of forced Ollie Price to come over the wicket, having started round the wicket as well.
And tries another given, and just as we were saying, he tries another reverse sweep and misses, hits, and straight away he's given out LBW, and the first wicket has gone, and Barnard has gone for 36. LBW to Ollie Price.
And they're on their feet in the Hollies. One group of people anyway, waving yellow items, not exactly sure what they were. I hope they're not their shirts, around.
Oh, up in the corner there.
Yes, there we go. It's sort of like the terrible towels. Pittsburgh Steelers, you know, the NFL team, the yellow towels they wave around there. Not an NFL man.
Yes, to a degree. Yeah. It's. I've been to a few games.
Oh yeah.
And some of it can be worse than a cricket on a bad day.
Yes, I think you're right, and it can be even slower moving as well.
If you get to a cricket game where they don't seem to get quite so many these days, but which meandering to nothing.
Yes.
Then it takes forever.
Exactly. When you've got you've got those stoppages, they've got to take time-outs for various reasons, and
the defensive unit come on, and it's like, oh, get on with it.
Get on with it. I wonder what the equivalent of that in the States is. Probably don't know. They don't have one, do they? It's just how it is. And yet they say our sports are slow moving.
But I've been, Miami and Detroit.
Will Rhodes is out in the middle. He's not on strike. So that was the end of that over from Ollie Price, and it's Yates facing up and playing a pleasant shot as far as Dent. He's fielding it mid-off and there's no run. If we're sort of glossing over a few things and going off on a couple of tangents, then just a reminder that Gloucestershire were bowled out for 120, and despite that wicket, Warwickshire have already knocked off a good proportion of the runs, only needing 75 more, so forgive the occasional digression, I'm sure. I'm not sure, actually, but you know. Short ball, and it's pulled away by Yates. Probably one of the balls that he's timed best, actually, in his innings so far. It just didn't really get up as much as Van Meekeren would have hoped for. Get a single out to deep backward square, 47 for 1.
It's one of the few times which you can actually say that ball came out the middle of the bat and trouble, but he straight out to go out on the deep square leg boundary, but it was a better shot from Yates.
That's Rhodes facing his first ball, a tall left-hander.
It was a classic case there, though, wasn't it, with Ed Barnard?
Well, you did call it. Meekeren is in, nicely bowled. Rhodes
When it
did
works,
leave it in the end, but the bat was dangling for a moment there.
when it works, that reverse sweep, it looks terrific.
Yeah.
When it doesn't, it looks awful. And we had both examples in the same over.
There are several statistics out there that in general it's one of the safest shots.
Well, it is if you hit it. It is if you hit it.
Yes,
the criteria,
but
you must hit the ball.
That's the thing. It's still a shot that you're going to get out to, but actually a lot of things say that it's one of the best shots to play as far as not getting out. Van Meekeren bowls a short ball, and nicely bowled, well directed towards Rhodes's helmet, and he made sure that he got out the way of it, but didn't look particularly comfortable in doing so. One of the quicker bumpers that we've seen off the pitch anyway, if not necessarily in terms of speed, but to be honest, I'd be surprised if we have seen too many quicker than that in terms of pure.
Yes, I think that surprised Rhodes, didn't it? The pace it came off.
I think also because of the bounce that we've seen out of the surface as well, the one that does come off quickly will be very different. 2 slips now as Van Meekeren bowls, and an on push from Rhodes, timed fairly sweetly, but Tom Price gets across and cuts it off. Score remains 47 for 1. Oh dear. Action needed for the Wi-Fi. I must move to take action.
Oh.
It's one of those things where the computer pops up a message of dread. Action needed. I think I've solved it.
It should go be
I could do technology, me. Van Meekeren bowls round the wicket to Rhodes, who'll guide a single down towards wide third man. And that is the end of another over. 13 have been bowled, 48 for 1, and I think it's time for Clive Eakin to come back in here.
Thanks, Ed. 48 for 1, 11 to Yates, 1 to Rhodes. The one man out was Ed Barnard, who was at LBW trying to reverse sweep Ollie Price. He went in the last over, and leaves the captain, Will Rhodes at the crease. Warwickshire 48 for 1, chasing 121. Clive Eaking's back with us.
It's still looking pretty straightforward. Warwickshire got to make sure it stays that way. There's no doubt placed in their minds by a couple of quick wickets.
Just hold up for a second while Will Rhodes settles himself, and now he's ready as Price comes in and bowls, and Rhodes runs this one away into the offside to short extra cover. Ben Wells does the fielding. Price in again. Bowls again. This one has Rhodes playing a little awkwardly into the onside. There was just an oohs and ahs there. I went to Chris Dent. This next one is a full toss, which he swings away, one bounce over mid-wicket for 4. And Rhodes picked that one up. That was a freebie, really, from Ollie Price. And Will Rhodes says thank you very much and lifts it away very nearly 6. But it brings up the Warwickshire 50, 52 for 1. Price in again, bowls. This one is cracked away into the offside, but again straight to Wells, and there's no run. Still got a slip in place. Gloucestershire got to keep attacking players in. They've got to get wickets. Haven't got enough runs to be able to try and defend. And this is swept behind square on the second boundary of the over for the Warwickshire captain. Picked that up beautifully and swept it away down to the backward square leg. So a second boundary of the over.
50 came up in 81 balls. It's actually only 5 balls quicker than the Gloucestershire 50. But Warwickshire going about this sensibly. Gloucestershire were 5 wickets down by the time they reached 50.
And again, this one is launched hard and high and over the boundary, and that's being kind, you'd say. It's over sort of long on rather, but it's more round towards what you call cow corner area. But it was a beautiful clean strike. 6 runs for Rhodes, and he's not going to hang around here. That's 2 4s and a 6 in the over. Terrific shot. Big pickup, expensive over, 14 coming off the over, and the Warwickshire captain really got the thing moving along. 62 for 1. Warwickshire just requiring 59 more runs.
It's fair to say Will Rhodes has been frustrated at not featuring in the Bears T20 team. He was in the squad throughout the competition, but never actually got on the field.
I didn't realise he hadn't played at all. No.
Van Meerken into bowl, and that's played to backward point by Yates for no run. No, never got the opportunity. There were a few times I thought he might be when players were injured or missing, but never got the call. I think that's frustrated him somewhat.
Especially when you can use him as both effective batsman and bowler as well. Although Warwickshire, in fairness, do have a lot of, or the Birmingham Bears do have a lot of players who are capable of batting and bowling.
So in comes making. Oh, that one's a good delivery. That one moves away from Yates. He drives and misses at that. He's scored 11 out of the 62 runs. He's been pretty circumspect, although he's not had too much of the strike.
There was a quicker one as well. I think he was beaten as much by the pace of that one, and there was a bit of a wave movement from him off the seam. Yates.
He's faced 37 balls for his 11 so far. Van Meerken into ball, doing drives at that. That's a good shot. That's got through the circle, and Rob Yates gets his first boundary. And Warwickshire beginning to step on the gas a little bit. Sure, they won't be thinking too much about net run rate, as Ed was saying earlier. Just about winning the game, they're going to prove it. However, as they get closer, they might start thinking, see if we can do this as quickly as possible.
It's taken 38 deliveries to get that first boundary.
American, who's had a very torrid time against Warwickshire at Cheltenham last season, comes into bowl to Yates. That's a good accurate delivery, which Yates defends. There's no run. Warwickshire chasing just 121 to win. They're 66 for 1. Well on their way. Gloucestershire score only the 3rd lowest in the competition so far at this relatively early stage of the competition. This is the 19th match, or if you take away the no results, it's the 15th match. But Kent were bowled out for 116 by Leicestershire at Beckenham, and Essex skittled out for 69 by Nottinghamshire at Chelmsford. He's going to come round the wicket, Van Meerken now. To the left hand of Yates. He comes, Yates drives at that, this time doesn't beat the inner ring. His tumbling stop.
Ollie Price, I think, with the stop there at cover point.
24, no sweeper on the offside. In comes Van Meerken. The bowl, that's a short, and Yates pulls it down well and will get a single. 67 for 1.
End of another over. And these two already added 21 for this second wicket after the opening partnership of 46.
A few grey clouds in the sky. But nothing too threatening.
No, I think we should be okay today. So
We are certain of the result, by the way. It's 10 overs in this competition is the minimum number that a team has to face.
Zafar Goa coming into the attack, he got a nasty smack on the hand, but it wasn't his bowling hand. But quarter of an hour ago or so.
So yeah, for the group matches, as long as 10 overs are received by both teams, then there's a result. It does go up to 20 in the knockout stages. Remember, there's 2 playoffs between the second and third place teams, and then the winners of those play the group winners in the semi-finals. How the Bears wish that rule existed in the T20 Blast.
So Zafar to bowl from the Birmingham end, 67 for 1. He's going to bowl to Yates, who glances this first ball down fine, down to fine leg, and get through for a single. 68 for 1. Will Rhodes on to strike, he's on 15, and that's come from just 10 deliveries. His first one sees Rhodes driving, beats Wells at short extra cover, but it's all they'll get as they run through for a single. 69 for 1. In again, bowls. Yates turns this one towards mid-wicket, one-handed stop keeps him down to a single. That was Van Meekeren there going down, getting a hand to it, couldn't take it clean, they parried it, but they scooted through for 1, so another 1 onto the Warwickshire total, 70 for 1, 51 more runs required. Rhodes is forward to that one, a ball which didn't quite get to him and bounced a little bit, came up with a bit of bat and pad, and for a second Bracey was interested behind the stumps, but it dropped down just more like leg slip. This one is lifted hard and high and into the Holly stand from Will Rhodes. Picked that one up beautifully off his pads and launched it about 5 or 6 rows back into the Hollies. He's not messing about. That's his second 6 and takes Warwickshire on to 76 for 1. And Rhodes is on with that shot onto 22. Comes Zafar again. Rhodes hits this one again. He won't get the boundary this time. There's a man out there fielding on the cover boundary, but they get back for 2. That's all it will be. It was Ollie Price, I think, down there, who did the fielding, saved a couple of runs, but Rhodes isn't going to hang around here. He goes on to 24. Warwickshire moved to 78 for 1. They need just 43 more runs.
Will Rhodes was Warwickshire's top 6 hitter in the competition last season, hitting exactly a quarter of their 6s. He hit 8 6s in total last season. He's now joint top this season with Hamza Sheikh on 2 each. And he's come out So a good attacking attempt, and maybe just to remind Warwickshire what he can do with the white ball.
Well, he's got hold of the two which he has hit. He's got struck them beautifully. Nice clean shots.
So Tom Price. Out second ball of the Gloucestershire innings. A bit of confusion about his dismissal. He runs in, but something's disturbed Rob Yates. Bit of movement of the bowler's arm, so he withdraws, forcing Price to do his run up again. There was an appeal going on for LBW, and the ball was caught at slip. We all thought it was probably LBW was given out for it. Turned out he was given out caught at slip. Price comes into bowl, and it's played. The covers as no run. He looked very disappointed, Tom Price, and I wonder whether it was either because he was convinced he didn't hit the ball, or possibly he was convinced he did hit it and thought he'd be given out LBW.
Could be.
And hadn't realised that the ball had gone to slip.
Yeah, could be. Yes, that may well be the case. Yeah.
Comes in now to bowl. 2 Yates on 18, and he's bowled him. He's got it right through. Yates plays down the wrong line, and Tom Price has a wicket. Gloucestershire got a second. Warwickshire still have a little bit to do here, and he needs another 43 runs, but they're 2 wickets down now. 78 for 2. Rob Yates goes for 18.
Yeah, Rob Yates today, he played a couple of decent shots towards the end of the innings, but never quite on song today. And in the end, there was no real shot played to that. Straight ball just went straight through. In fact, his foot went back as he went to play the shot, and left his trying to stab down on the ball. Foot movement completely wrong, undone by a good length straight delivery. It took the top of off stump. Warwickshire lose their second wicket, 78 for 2.
It does give. It's Michael Burgess is coming in fact. I was going to say gives young Hangster Shaker a chance to bat, but Michael Burgess is who's coming in.
Michael Burgess not been able to repeat last year. He done a terrific season with the bat last year. It's been more difficult for him this year, though. I think in the championship, doesn't play in the T20 side at all.
Because he played for Sussex on loan in the T20.
Yeah. I can't remember if he got runs or not.
I think he did in at least one game. Well, he got 64 not out actually against Gloucestershire at Hove in his last match for Sussex. Before then it was a little bit bitty, a 4, a 29 and a 21. Pushes that one out to the offside for no run. That 64 not out would have improved his average. 85, 140, 118. Divide that by 4 and you get close to 30 average.
Yep. Yep. 29 and a half.
In comes Tom Price, and that's defended by Burgess. It just 3. Warwickshire had a little bit of a collapse against Somerset, which just got them doubting it for a moment when they were chasing 230. And they won with 4 wickets to spare.
Well, Gloucestershire will think here if they could get another couple of wickets quickly, they've still got a few runs to play with. Warwickshire got relatively inexperienced batting lineup behind it.
Price bowls, Burgess gets everything behind that, plays it to mid-off, there's no run. Will Rose has played in attacking fashion. 24 off 14 balls so far. Be interested to see if he continues that way. He might feel he wants to wrap it up quickly before there's any more drama. Slip in place for Tom Price, and Burgess is a bit on the inside of the bat, but he gets it through mid-wicket for a single, which means he'll nick the strike. At the end of the 17th over, Warwickshire chasing 121 to win, are 79 for 2, with Will Rose on 24 and Michael Burgess on 1.
So 42 more required, 8 wickets in hand. Overs is almost to a degree academic at this stage. There's still 33 overs remaining, so plenty of overs in hand. It's going to be Zafar to continue. I'll do this over and then we'll bring Ed back in here. So Burgess to face. Zafar comes into him and bowls. Burgess is beaten outside the off stump. Good ball, just moved away from the right-hander. Zafar in. This one has Burgess playing away into the offside, and there's no run. It was a good first ball. That one just turned and beat the outside edge of Burgess's bat.
Play back to the bowler just to do an update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Warwickshire appear to be heading for victory in their one-day cup match against Gloucestershire, though they have suffered a couple of setbacks. Chasing just 121 to win, they are 79 for 2. They lost Ed Barnard, who was LBW, missing a reverse sweep of Ollie Price for 36, and then Ollie's brother Tom Price has just got Rob Yates bowled in for 18. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, has come out with intent to play some shots. He's on 24, and Michael Burgess just hit a reverse sweep to the boundary, and Warwickshire are almost there, but with still a little bit of work to do. 83 for 2 in the 18th over.
That's a nicely timed shot by Burgess. So we've seen 2 or 3 of those, mostly with success. The only one which failed was the one which removed Ed Barnard, where he was LBW trying that shot, the reverse sweep. Oh, see, yeah, sorry, it is.
It's a single anyway.
Last ball, sorry, I'm so busy there, thinking it was Clive. Played into the onside by Burgess. He will retain the strike, just pushing it away to deep square leg for a single. 84 for 2. Burgess on 6, 24 to Rhodes, and after Clive, it'll be Ed to come back in, and
Birmingham Phoenix women are underway at Old Trafford against Manchester Originals, and sometime commentator with us, Eve Jones, is currently batting. No doubt building on all the knowledge she's gleaned from being in the commentary box with us. As Tom Price comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside by Burgess. And there's a chase on, they will get a couple of runs. And it's 86 for 2. Which is Amy Jones also playing. Eve Jones captaining Birmingham Phoenix. That wasn't the original intention, but the original captain had to withdraw. I've forgotten who it was. Who was the original captain? Remind me. Yeah, it was an Australian player, yeah. Sorry, I should know.
Elise, was it?
That's the one.
Elise Perry,
I
was
think
it?
it was, yeah. Anyway, point is Eve Jones is captaining the side now. Amy Jones, Warwickshire wicketkeeper playing. Izzy Wong also in the team. Hannah Barker as well, another Warwickshire player, and another one of the commentators up in Yorkshire way, Katie Levick.
Oh yeah, all-time leading wicket taker in the history of women's county cricket, Katie Levick.
In comes Tom Price to bowl to Burgess. Plays it to point, there's no run.
Leg spinners union. Whoops, sorry. Just need to knock my pen off the table.
Oh.
That would have been really alarming. I mean, it's as you can see, it's a treasured pen with all sorts of marks all over it.
Yeah.
Barely works. But I hated to see it fall on the floor.
So what do Warwickshire need now? Another 35. My arithmetic doesn't let me down. Oh, it's actually on the scoreboard. I could just use that. That one is pushed out onto the onside for no run. Overs obviously aren't relevant. It's just about wickets. They still have 8 left. So no major alarms so far for Warwickshire. It just needs, from Gloucestershire's point of view, it needs them to go sort of bang, 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 really.
Or bang, 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 bang. I think that was the right number. To be honest, I'm not sure if I could count up to 8 at this point.
In comes Tom Price. The bowl, that's solidly defended by Burgess. Well, should have been pretty respectful out there, respecting the task ahead of them. They've just been trotting along at a modest rate, which is all they need to do.
Nice to see Tom Price bowling as well as he is. It was an excellent spell from him against Northamptonshire, so he's backing that up and looking to be nice and accurate and probing at the crease. Small positives.
He bowls, Burgess leans back, plays at the offside. There's no run.
But unfortunately, what this loss does, and I said I wasn't going to talk too much about net run rate, but actually I will, because with such a massive loss in terms of net run rate, it almost certainly will mean that Gloucestershire can't qualify, having lost 3 games.
Well, you say that, but of course Kent's net run rate, that's played to back a square leg for a single. So yeah, I mean, you failed to qualify, didn't you, with 10 points last season, but Kent's net run rate's taken a heck of a battering as well. So if it's between them and Kent,
yeah, it's not
no.
No, I take your point. It's certainly not a certainty, and it just depends what type of group you get. If you get a sort of group where you have 2 sides who absolutely dominate and a couple that really don't win very many games at all, then you know you've probably got quite
There's
a lot
also
in
a
that
flaw
middle
the logic
there.
of what I'm saying as well, because Kent are in the other group.
This is true, but I thought you were using it as an example of what can happen.
But yeah, absolutely.
Because last year they had a terrible net run rate as well.
Yeah. You got to. I mean, the net run rate is pretty good before this game, so. Well.
Yeah.
All come out
It's
in the
all
wash.
this ifs, buts, and conjecture, isn't it? Zafar Gohar starts a new over. It's driven by Burgess out towards extra cover. There's no run. Because, I mean, the 2 groups were really different last year. Both Middlesex and Gloucestershire won 5 games and didn't qualify out of Group A, whereas in Group B, Zafar is in. Burgess is driving again, slicing it a little out towards cover. Pick up a single, 89 for 2. No, 88 for 2. The ball's already moved. The other group, Kent lost 3 times and had a no result and a net run rate of minus 0.8 and still managed to make it through and go on to win the competition. So you never know, but it certainly doesn't help. 33 needed to win. Zafar comes over the wicket to left-handed Rhodes. Rhodes is on the sweep again. Gets decent connection out to deep backward square. Ollie Price will field 1 more run.
What a Warwickshire win here will do is that already, even though no team's played more than 3 games, Warwickshire will be the only unbeaten team left in this group. Potentially suggests it could be a tight group.
Zafar bowls to Burgess, who plops that one out towards point.
2 teams still looking for their first win. Derbyshire and Sussex have both lost the first 2 games. Curiously, Derbyshire losing after making the same total, batting first in both matches. And in both matches, it wasn't enough.
No, I think there was definite feelings in the game at Cheltenham that 298 wasn't going to be enough. Driving is Burgess. He beats the effort of extra cover. Chris Dent quite bring it in. Mid-off gets across, keeps it down to just the 1, 90 for 2. Gloucestershire had a bit of a wobble early on there, but Tector and Ollie Price got going and made pretty short work of that score in the end, winning inside the 44th over. Zaffer's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who's struck on the pad, goes down towards short fine leg, and I don't really think, at least from this angle, that that appeal had too much going for it, but perhaps it did. Perhaps I'm doing Zaffer a disservice. He really liked it. Well, I can see why he's appealing for it, but I think it is going down the leg side. Tight over, just 3 off it, but no real effect on the overall direction of this game. 31 more runs needed by Warwickshire.
Yeah, it's not been edge of the seat stuff. Warwickshire are not necessarily, that's a inside edge to back of square leg for 2. Haven't necessarily picked up the England manual for entertainment. As far as they're concerned, their job is to win the game, although Will Rhodes has had a bit of a go. They're just making sure they efficiently see the job through. They fancy their chances in this competition, I think, this season. Warwickshire, having competed well, as I mentioned earlier, in both the 2 previous seasons, but just fell narrowly short of what was required to qualify. A few more players available this time. They have some belief. That one wraps Burgess on the pads. As appeal, Tom Price decides trying to field the ball is more important than appealing, and anyway, it's rolls way onto the leg side, and it's 92 for 2.
It's just a beautiful line and length from Price. It was I think, doing too much in terms of certainly leg-sidishness, because it nipped in off the seam, I think, and then potentially was also going over the top. He's bowling with, by the looks of things, some sort of support on his wrist, is Tom Price.
Into Burgess, who defends very solidly back to him.
To start with, I thought it was a sweatband, but it's not, because it's running a bit further up his wrist. I don't know whether it's that sort of tape stuff or what. It's difficult to see from this far away, but I don't think I've ever seen somebody bowl with that exactly before. It kind of runs up his arm a bit.
Comes in now and bowls, and that's again defended to mid-off by Michael Burgess. He is keeping wicket in this competition. If he'd played in the T20 Blast, he wouldn't have kept wicket. Now in the end, he didn't play for the Bears, played for Sussex instead on loan. Does keep wicket in the championship, keeps this wicket keeping. It's really come on. He comes in Price. It's a bouncer, it's a slowish bouncer, which Burgess plays over down to long leg for a single. I did ask him about it, actually. I think it was probably a couple of years ago now, and he did say that he was very conscious of whose gloves he was filling in Tim Ambrose, who'd been a terrific wicketkeeper for Warwickshire for some time. Felt that that was a high standard that he had to try and emulate. I think he's really impressive now with the gloves. Not that gets you England call-ups these days. You have to score tons of runs and not be Johnny Bairstow, or be Johnny Bairstow, I should say, if you want to get in the England team, as Ben Folkes has found out. However, Price comes into bowl. And the offside, there's no run. If there were to be a wicket-keeping vacancy, though, for whatever reason, if Bairstow and possibly Folkes weren't available, then I think Burgess would have pushed himself up the queue somewhat.
It's the one
Just
thing that we're not short
season
of, are we, in English domestic cricket? You think of the likes of Robinson at Durham, who's churning the runs out. James Rue, who's obviously, you would think, not going to be in immediately, but is already certainly being tipped for England contention. If we could just somehow trade in a couple of wicketkeepers for some bowlers who bowl 90 miles an hour. Zaffer starts a new over and bowls, turn and bounce by the looks of things, past the edge of Burgess's probing bat. But yeah, it's a terrific catch that he took earlier on. Down the leg side off Anwar Ali. Zafar is into bowl to him. He prods forward into defence, into the covers. I remember him pulling off an incredible leg side stumping off Rashid Khan for Sussex in a T20 match a couple of years back. One of those dismissals that the speed of it really sticks in the mind. As again, he's coming forward and playing out towards Dent at extra cover. So Gloucestershire are trying to string this out for as long as they can. Just making Zafar wait as minor adjustment to the field. This is cut away by Burgess. Just, I say just, it was actually quite a long way to the right of Van Meekeren. He's behind square on the offside. He'll get a single for it. Was in the air for a bit, but it was a little bit of a mountain being made out of a molehill out in the middle. 94 for 2, 27 more needed. See whether Rhodes wants to bring out another one of his slog sweeps. He goes over mid-wicket, and that has gone several rows back into the stand. What a way to bring up the 100 for Warwickshire. Rhodes with his third six, and that's a really big hit. Gets down into a low position, swing of the arms, and sends it a long way.
Yeah. Looking a very good nick here, Will Rhodes.
It's not really a slog sweep, but sort of pick-up shot that time. This is the attempted slog sweep, and it was certainly living up to the first half of that description as it goes out towards deep square. It'll get a single for it, and it's 101 for 2 at the end of that over. Really did drag that one away from well outside off stump there, Burgess. Zafar 4 overs for 27. That over very much spoiled by that towering blow from Burgess. 32 from just 19 deliveries. Does look as if he wants to get home early.
He certainly speeded things up significantly. The 100 coming in 130 balls, which means the second 50 is taking just 49 balls. So the first took 81. Anwar Ali back into the bowling. 3 overs for 7 runs so far. And Warwickshire can round the final bend. And looking at the winning post. It's been a very good start to the competition for them. Out of 2, possibly 3 wins away from qualifying for the playoffs. They might need 4, perhaps 5 if they want to top the group. That one is played down to third by Rhodes, and he runs the first one very quickly, but even so there isn't time for a second. It's 102 for 2.
Gloucestershire have got what's already a key match coming up next against Worcestershire, given the fact that they'll have the same record as them, coming in with 2 wins and a loss. Actually, check whether Worcestershire have got another game in between. I don't think they do, but check that.
Yes, Warwickshire up against Glamorgan next at Nice. That'll be interesting. In comes Anwar Ali, and that's played to the onside by Burgess for no run.
No, they don't. So Thursday for that next game at New Road. And then Gloucestershire will have their local derby against Somerset. The 13th of August.
Anwar Ali, wearing number 48 on his back, plays, bowls to Burgess, pushes it to the offside. There's no run. Like Gloucestershire giving up any real idea of bowling Warwickshire. They just want to make him take as long as possible. But only 19 more runs required for Warwickshire. And their bowlers put them in a winning position here, as they did to a slightly lesser extent at Taunton. Bowling Somerset out for 230. Bit of a breeze blowing. Both both, is it a Birmingham Phoenix flag and a Warwickshire flag, are blowing very keenly in the breeze. That's going down the leg side. Probably would have been a wide if it had been left, but Rose pulled at it, but didn't quite get it angled enough to beat the fielder on the long leg boundary, so he just has to settle for a single. Another run ticked off. He's on to 33. It's 103 for 2.
Yeah, the breeze seems to have got up more as the day's gone on. I can't see where the Gloucestershire flag is. They usually bring it, but I'm not quite sure where it would have been hung.
Well, actually, is that not actually on reflection? Is that the Gloucestershire flag?
No.
Oh, no, it's not. I don't know what that flag is. This next one is short and it's wide, but not signalled wide by the umpire, which one or two in the crowd disagree with, but ain't up to them.
No, the Gloucestershire flag is.
Oh no, this
blue.
well, we've been taken over, haven't we, by the 100? So we got the Birmingham Phoenix and the Trent Rockets flags.
Oh,
up
the
there
Trent
at the
Rockets, of course.
Sam Hain probably brought that with him. Great to see Sam Hain, by the way, making a great innings in his first game for the Rockets this season. About time he was given a proper chance in the 100. About time he was given a proper chance for England, which might happen this winter.
Agreed.
Anwar Ali comes into bowl, and that's a slowish ball, which gets Rhodes all rather tangled up as he ends up getting a leading edge out into the offside for no run. 103 for 2.
Yeah, no, you're preaching to the converted as far as that's concerned. I mean, there's nothing more that you can do if you're Sam Hain other than what he's done for years. I know it's not easy to get into the England white ball side, but I think they could have found a way before now.
Well, if he can have a good 100, I think. And he's had two bizarre 100s where, for reasons best known to the teams he was with, he just wasn't getting selected. First year he played, I think, one game for the Manchester Originals.
Of course,
and did okay.
He even played for them.
He did okay in that one match and didn't get selected again. This despite the fact the Originals were pretty rubbish. So it wasn't as if they had a winning team that they weren't changing. And then it was a bit difficult. The Welsh Dragons, he had a couple of games for them, but didn't keep his place. But got to the Big Bash final this winter.
Yep.
And as I say, started off very well for the Trent Rockets. Just rain prevented him here.
Graham Van Buren is into the attack and bowling to Burgess, who plays it back to him. So this is actually quite, amongst everything else, it's quite encouraging to see Van Buren back bowling. As he bowls now to Burgess, who prods at that one. A little bit of turn there, I think, from Van Buren. He'll get a single towards backward point. Deep backward point, really, with Smith still on as a sub off the boundary. But Van Buren had a side strain and was out for over a month before coming back and making that century in the last game, but didn't bowl, and I wasn't sure whether he would be available to bowl potentially for a little while, but it's good to see that he's back in the thick of things now. Bowls round the wickets, and that's worked away towards long on. It will make it past Denter, short mid-wicket, trying his best to get there and cut it off. 105 for 2. I watched quite a lot of that Big Bash, actually, and it was great to see what the Brisbane Heat were able to do despite losing so many players in and out. They missing their test players, of course, as Burgess pushes the ball towards extra cover. There is no run, but unearthing some real talent, including Spencer Johnson, who I think is coming over here for the 100. Flight to delivery from Van Buren, and it's hit up in the air towards long on and then lands and plugs. He'll get 2 runs for this. I think off the bat some members of the crowd were thinking that was a majestic towering 6, and it ends up being 2.
He's left himself a birdie putt at the 7th.
Yes,
for that one.
Exactly. Greens are nice and soft today over on the golf course, I suspect. 107 for 2. Burgess leans forward and plays this one back to Van Buren, who's always an enthusiastic fielder off his own bowling. And 4 runs have come from that over. And Warwickshire just need 14 to win.
Yeah, they do. Almost at the halfway stage of their allotted overs. It's going to be an early finish here. I think the crowd look as if they feel too short-changed by it, though. And the general sort of contented hubbub around the venue. At least, as you say, the Gloucestershire fans might, well, actually, no, they might end up in the worst of the traffic, actually. Yes. The M5, but anyway. It's going to be Anwar Ali to bowl. To Will Rhodes. Coming round the wicket. Oh, that's a strange shot by Rhodes. He seemed to play that shot after it's gone past him, but angled in. Just got to Rhodes in a little bit of a tangle here, Anwar Ali. Not that Rhodes looks too nonplussed by it, but just a few deliveries have caused him problems.
Had a bit of last day of the season about it, that particular piece of cricket. Not a very quick delivery, and then the ball's already gone by. Oh, just have a swish of the bat in a way.
Rally in again to bowl, and Rhodes runs that down to 3rd for a single. Helpfully, we do have the Duckworth-Lewis targets on the scoreboard. Warwickshire would have needed 46 at this stage to be on par. I think it's fair to say they are well ahead. They need another 13 runs to win. And then it's off to Neath to play Glamorgan.
I've not ever seen a cricket match at Neath.
I don't think I've done Neath either. I don't think I have. I've done a few around the place in Wales, but I don't think I've done Neath. As Anwar Ali comes in to bowl to Burgess. That's driven and it's fielded. There's no run. Where did we play Glamorgan in the Championship in the 2nd Division? Colwyn Bay, that's right.
Ah, that's
I enjoyed that. That was fun. Enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Nice little walk in the evening along the front. Very nice.
Nothing on the Roker Riviera, of course, but still.
I've done Pontypridd, though that's going back a few years now. And Abergavenny I've done as well as actually Swansea and Cardiff. As Anwar Ali into bowl, and that's driven by Burgess, and he will get runs here. We'll get 2 to be precise. Goes through the covers, and Gloucestershire being thoroughly professional, fielding keenly to the ends. Zafar Gohar chasing that one down. 110 for 2, 11 more required for victory. Anwar Ali to bowl to Burgess on 21. Burgess takes a little step down the pitch, drives it, but can't beat mid-off. It's fielded by Tom Price. It remains 110 for 2.
I seem to remember hearing that Neath was next to a rugby club, so
likely,
you know, priorities, etc.
It's Anwar Ali. From the pavilion end, leans forward, comes in to bowl. That one kept low, and Burgess plays over that and just misses his off stump. Well, if Warwickshire still needed another 80 odd to win, I might have been a bit concerned by that delivery. 110 for 2.
A grubber.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it does show you. You kind of wonder what a competitive score would have been, and I think, to be honest, even a score of around about 250 might have been pretty tricky given what we've seen from that delivery. Slower ball and bowled kind of
into the pitch halfway down, and it's not made it halfway up the stumps. So Van Buren will continue with just 11 more needed, halfway mark of the 50 overs reached. And Rhodes has tried to play a late cut there and misses it. Goes through to James Bracey. Bit of turn, but possibly not quite enough turn from Van Buren's point of view, where he might have had a scalp. Bowls now to Rhodes, who picks that one up into the leg side. It'll fall well short of deep backward square. Ollie Price sends in the throw. Nelson for 2. Warwickshire. It was a ball which was a full toss, and he just, instead of trying to hit it, he just helped it away. Both these two trying to make sure that they are there at the end. Ooh. Burgess goes for a huge shot over long on. That's going to scatter them in the crowd, is it?
Just hits the front row seat.
Just off the fence maybe there.
I think it did hit the front row seat. Okay. I think I saw it flip.
Anyway, it's 6, and now just 4 runs required. 117 for 2. Over to you, Clive. Call them home.
Burgess on 27. Still a slip in place. Still Gloucestershire open for these 8 wickets. It's not looking likely though. Van Buren in to Burgess, who sweeps, doesn't get it past. And Morali. Just inside the circle at back of square leg. It's a dot ball. Van Buren again bowls. He's gone for the big shot there, Burgess, and he'll finish it off with a 6 straight down the ground, over long on. His second 6 of the over, and Warwickshire have won by 8 wickets. Bowled Gloucestershire out for just 120. A fine performance from Ollie Hallandorby in particular in taking 3 wickets. Despite Jack Taylor's half-century, Gloucestershire could never get themselves to a competitive-looking total. And a couple of wickets for Gloucestershire, but never any real alarms for Warwickshire. Michael Burgess finishes 33 not out. Will Rhodes 36 not out. The other batters for Warwickshire, Ed Barnard scored 36 and Rob Yates 18. The wicket takers for Gloucestershire were Tom Price 1 for 20 and Oliver Price 1 for 21. So there we are, Warwickshire 2 wins out of 2. Gloucestershire now 2 from 3. Both back in action on Thursday in what looks at the moment like a fairly wide open group. Both teams have plenty to play for in the remaining games, but it's Warwickshire who prevail pretty comfortably here by 8 wickets.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire have...
I think Warwickshire do go top of the table at this early stage of the group, and there's 8 games played by every team. So Warwickshire played 2, Gloucestershire 3, but Warwickshire are currently top of the group. So there we are. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. There's more live cricket currently on the BBC. There's no other games in this competition, but there's the 100 Phoenix women currently playing. Eve Jones obviously hasn't taken on board everything we've said because she's out, although she scored 18 first. But the Phoenix are 52 for 1 off 50 balls against the Originals. That'll be live on BBC Online and I think BBC 5 Extra, but I might be wrong on that. And then the men's game follows at 6:30. And we will be back, of course, both from Gloucestershire and Warwickshire in their next respective games on Thursday. Thank you very much indeed as ever for being with us. But here, Gloucestershire all out for 120, Warwickshire 123 for 2 in 25.5 overs. Warwickshire have won by 8 wickets.